Good morning, everybody. Yeah, Emily, you okay? Good, Emily. Yep. Hmm. Welcome in, everybody. All right, let's see if we can't finish this. Figure out where we were. All testing these cards. I know I got there. Image generation used Stable Diffusion in Windows. We ran 10 batches of 6 image generations. This came out in third out of 3 cards to complete the renders. Lower is better on time. Higher is better on iterations per second. Total time, 269 seconds and 1.4 iterations per second. For real-world testing, I played Dune Awakening on recommended settings for 3 hours to see what the experience was like. Overall, the experience was good. Very little render lag or buffering or weird artifacts. FPS stayed between 85 and 125 depending on where I was and what was going on in the game. I would... And honestly, I would not have been able to tell you I was playing this game on a 5-year-old card. So the final number I wanted to wrap into this was the performance value. What that means in the context of this video is, out of all the cards tested, for the money that we spent, how much performance we got out of the cards versus based on how much we paid versus the total allowable budget. Which works out to the 3060 at $280, being 61% of the total value of the best performing card at its price. Which means if you have the full $350 to spend, there are definitely better cards to put your money into. Overall, if you have a budget of under $300 for a video card, it really is a toss-up between this and the 3060 Ti. If you can get the 3060 Ti for close to, if not the same price, then absolutely go for it. However, if you have the full $350 to spend on a GPU, choosing between this and the other cards on the list, there are much better options. Personally, this and the 3060 Ti are still my go-to for cards for builds under, say, under $800. One caveat to this is if you're looking to get into the AI space and start learning how that whole space works, I really think this is the third best option out of all the cards. It has out-of-the-box support in Stability Matrix. It just works in Stability Matrix, which is a good place to start start an AI journey. It just works in Stability Matrix, which is a good place to start learning the ins and outs of local AI. Though, honestly, if you're already in this space, then there's a good chance you're spending way more than what this card costs on hardware, which is why for beginners, which is why I said, okay. Though honestly, if you're already in this space, then there's a good chance you're spending way more than what this card costs on hardware. Overall rank of this card, Overall, in performance and no shock there. Next up, I tested the Intel Arc B580 12 gigabyte. And boy, was the immaturity of this card apparent. It performs solidly across almost all of my testing, but when you get into actually playing newly released games, the shortcomings of this card really flare their ugly head. In Steel Nomad, we have an average score, make sure these are right, of 3057.4, which comes second on our list. Time Spy, the average score is, in Time Spy, next up, I tested the Intel Arc B580 12 gigabyte. And boy, was the immaturity of this card apparent. It performs solidly across almost all of the testing. But when you get into actually playing games, when you get into actually playing recently released games, the shortcomings of this card really flare their ugly head. So in Steel Nomad, we had an average score of 3057.4, which comes second on our list. In Time Spy, the average score is 21225.1 with an average FPS of 142.6, which jumps this card, which puts this card in first place. So for synthetic benchmarking in Steel Nomad, so for synthetic benchmarking in Steel Nomad, we had an average score of 3057.4, which comes second on our list. In Time Spy, the average score is 21225.1 with an average FPS of 142.6, which puts this card in first place. In gaming benchmarking, Cyberpunk 2077 with RT off, we get an average FPS of 105.6, which is good for second place, but as soon as you turn frame gen and RT on, this card falls all the way down to 70.7 FPS, which is second to last. XeSS is good, but in a game that is designed with NVIDIA's architecture, XeSS is good, but in a game that is designed with NVIDIA's upscaling model in mind, this card just cannot keep up. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the B580 shines once again. It is an older title that uses just raw horsepower. I don't want to say horsepower. It uses raw video memory. It uses video memory to handle just about everything. So more memory equals more girder. And we see 192.8 FPS for a second place finish. In Black Myth Wukong, with ray tracing off and no frame gen, the B580 comes in dead last. I was expecting the B580 to have issues with some of these games, but a more modern game that Intel has had time to put work into. But a more modern game that Intel has had time to work on. But a more modern game that Intel has had time to work on driver updates for. I was hoping for some better numbers just across the board. We ended up seeing 58.7 FPS with lows down at 52.3 with frame gen and RT off. As soon as we turn those features back on, we end up with 62.3 FPS and 54.8 FPS. Which I need to... Going on poorly. Turning those features on. So turning those features on. There is no massive... Turning those features on, there is no massive bump in performance, which keeps this card in dead last with 62.3 FPS and lows of and lows of 54.8 FPS. In Red Dead Redemption 2, we are seeing, I don't want to say dichotomy. In Red Dead Redemption 2, we are seeing the Jekyll and Hyde of this card. 100... which scored 120 FPS, which is the highest FPS total we scored, with lows sitting at 31.8 FPS, which is 5th out of all the card, which is, again, Dead last out of all these cards. There are just certain points where this card really, really struggles, but parts where it's way out ahead of everyone else. And that is something that you feel when you are playing the game. All right, let's talk about AI stuff. This card will be great when the support eventually gets out there. When the support eventually gets out there on AI models, and I was able to use Intel's AI Playground to mess around with this card using some AI generative features. Yeah. This card will be great when support eventually gets out there on AI models. And I was able to use Intel's AI Playground to mess around with this card using some AI image gen stuff. But it really, really lacked when compared to the NVIDIA cards. Time will change that, especially with Intel allowing board partners to do crazy things with their GPUs, like dual GPU cards. Time will change that, especially with Intel allowing board partners to do crazy things with their GPUs, like the recently released dual GPU card. It's just that you don't want to buy now with future hopes of features working. Dune Awakening really was a mixed bag with this card. There were moments where you can clearly see how much better this card can be, but then you're slapped in the face when the game gets super choppy and borderline unplayable. The day after I played, Intel released a driver update that supposedly improved performance by about 10%, which would bring it in line with the other cards that I tested. Then there is this weird lighting artifacts. Then there are these weird lighting artifacts that are just randomly there throughout the game. Bugs that have existed in games since the original A770 was released. Bugs that have existed in various games since the original A770 was released. This is something that I really hope they can figure out. I just have to figure out how to get between each of these sections a little bit more seamlessly. So price to performance value for this card sits at right about 92%. Which out of all the cards we tested is second. It is tied for the most RAM, some of the highest benchmark scores and priced under the RTX 5060. It's really hard not to recommend this card as the one to buy on this list right now, but it isn't. It's really, really hard not to recommend this card as the one to buy on this list. But right now, with the current state of drivers and game compatibility, it isn't. If you can get your hands on a B580 for at MSRP, it's a solid card. There's a lot of catch-up that will need to be played. A lot of catch-up that Intel need to play. Yes, I'm late, Will. There's a lot of catch-up that Intel will need to play. Still need to play. But you can see the potential. My hope is that in a few years' time, we are seeing Team Red, Team Green, and Team Blue all competing for the same market share, driving prices lower and compatibility up. Yes, I do. But also, I want billions of dollars to fix all the world's problems. And that just ain't gonna happen. So for now, we'll settle for putting this card down in a solid third place on my list, on this list. The highs balance out the lows, making this card, for now, a middle of the pack card. The highs balance out the lows, making this card, for now, a middle of the pack card. Next, we have the card that I was pulling for from the very beginning. The RTX 4060 Ti, 8 gig. In my mind, this card is a good mix of single generation old in my mind, this card is a good mix of all of the of NVIDIA's technologies and modern GPU architecture. So I'm expecting this card to basically top all of the charts. To perform, in my mind, this is a good mix of NVIDIA's technologies and a modern GPU architecture. So I'm expecting this card to perform top of the table across the board. What's going on, Oscar? In Steel Nomad, we have an average score of 2977.8, which is good for third. And in Time Spy, the average score is 2122.1, 22121.7 with an average FPS of 142.4, which is second, only behind the B580. I really was expecting a little more from But the fact that it's only an 8 GB card was holding it back. So let's read that. Which is second only behind the B580. I really was expecting a little more from this card. But the fact that this is only an 8 GB card was holding it back. In Cyberpunk 2077, with ray tracing off, I should say with RT off. With RT off, we are sitting at 96.16 FPS. Morning, Cecil. Which is back down in fourth, which is all the way down in fourth. Which is all the way down in fourth. But as soon as you turn frame gen and ray trace and RT on, this card shoots all the way to first with a score, with an average score of 71. With an average score of 71, with an average score of 171.3 FPS, which is more along the lines of what I expected. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the 4060 Ti is all the way out in first again at 196.5 FPS. And in Black Myth Wukong with ray tracing off and no frame gen, we are sitting comfortably in second place at 102.9 FPS. With average FPS, let's flip that around. With average FPS, with unaverage FPS of 102.9, with lows of 67.3. When we turn everything back on, though, and let the game use its recommended settings, we drop down to 67.3 FPS and 52.5 lows. I really don't understand what's going on with this card. It really should be... It really should be sitting much higher than this. It really should be performing much better than this. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the 4060 Ti is back in third place with an average of 100 FPS and lows of 45.6. Again, showing that on older titles, more memory is better. So, in AI image generation, the 4060 Ti crushes literally all of the other cards, taking just 174 seconds to render 6 images at 2.264 iterations per second. This right now, for the money, is 100% the best card for under $350 for doing AI learning. Honestly, if you can find a higher tier card for the same money, definitely buy it. But for now, the 4060 Ti is king here. In Dune Awakening, if you ask me to visually tell the difference between the 4060 Ti and the 3060 while playing, I could not have. Surely the FPS counter in the corner, the number was higher, but the experience of actually playing the game was the same. No hiccups, stutters, or frame lag. It was buttery smooth. It was a buttery smooth experience at 1080p. It was a buttery smooth experience at 1080p, which this card was designed for. Price to performance value of this card is 93%, which out of all the cards is solidly in first place. Sure, it has less RAM than the B580 and costs $5 more, but overall, if you're looking for a card that just works and doesn't get in your way and lets you just do everything you want to do, at 1080p. So if you're looking for a card that just works and doesn't get in your way and just lets you do everything you want to do at 1080p, this is the card for you. Is what I would have said if I didn't put this card second on my list. Which is what I would have said if this card didn't come in second overall. Which is what I would have said if this card didn't come in second place. Is what I would have said if this card didn't come in second place overall. Now we have the antagonist of this whole video, the RTX 5060, bought for MSRP and returned the day the testing on this card was completed. Is this card really as bad as everyone on the internet is screaming that it is? Well, let's find out. In Steel Nomad, we have an average score of 3151, which is the highest score yet, showing that new technology equals... showing modern technology equals higher scores. In Time Spy, the average score is 20. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all the decimal points and all of these numbers because that's just going to screw me up. Round. back up to this. All right. Now we have the antagonist of this whole video. The RTX 5060. Bought for MSRP and returned the day the testing on this card was completed. Is this card really as bad as everyone on the internet is screaming that it is? Find out. I'm not so sure. In Steel Nomad, we have an average score of 3151, which is the highest score yet, showing that modern technology equals higher scores. In Time Spy, we have an average score of 2854 with an average FPS of 139. Okay, that's down in fourth. That doesn't really make much sense based on, my previous statement. In Still Nomad, we have an average score of 3151, which is the highest score yet, showing that modern tech does equal higher scores. In Time Spy, with the average score is 2854, with an average FPS of 139. Okay, that's down in fourth. That doesn't make sense based on the newer. Based on modern tech equaling higher scores. Anyways, in Cyberpunk 2077 with RT off, we're at 107, which again leads the pack. But as soon as you turn frame gen and ray tracing on, this card is only ahead of the B580 and the 3060. 102 average FPS with an But as soon as you turn frame gen and RT on, this card is only ahead of the B580 and the 3060 with an average of, deleted it, with an average of 102 FPS. With an average FPS of 102. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the 5060 is in dead last. Literally 20 FPS behind the 3060 with the same settings. And it can't keep up with a card from 5 years ago. That doesn't make sense. Is in dead last. Literally 20 FPS behind the 3060 with the same settings. Then, in Black Myth Wukong with RT off and no frame gen, we shoot all the way back up into first place with an average FPS of 105 and lows only at 66. With RT on, with RT and frame gen turned back on, we are sitting at comfortably at 54. Sitting comfortably at 84 FPS and lows of 100 with lows of 54, which is third place. In Red Dead Redemption 2, I was hoping for numbers that made more sense, but with an average FPS of 96 and lows at 44, this card came in fourth. In a game that is older than the oldest card on this list. Someone make that make sense. There are other cards Probably going to here in a little bit. There are other cards that have the same memory which did better. Someone make that make sense. There are other cards that have the same memory that are older and did better. And finally, when we get to AI image generation, finally, when we get to AI image generation, the thing that this card was built around, it comes second, behind the last generation card that costs less with an average time of 207 seconds. And 180 and 1.875 iterations per second. Making it what does that even mean, GMT? And finally, when we get to AI image generation, the thing this card was built around, it comes second, behind the last generation card that costs less, with an average time of 207 seconds to complete, and only 1.875 iterations per second. In Dune Awakening, there was literally no difference in the experience. There was literally no difference in the experience between this, the 3060, and the 4060 Ti. Newer frame gen and RT models did nothing for the experience. And if you told me that I was still playing on the 4060, did nothing for the experience. And if you told me that I was still playing on one of the older cards, I would have believed you. Price to performance value for this card is 91%, which doesn't make a lot of sense. It is the most expensive and comes solidly in third place across all of the benchmarks and is slower than its predecessor. No, I can get rid of that. It's 91%. It is more expensive, comes solidly in third place across all the benchmarks, and is slower than its predecessor. Which puts it fourth on this list. And I told her that she told me we, as in the company, would have to come up with a plan. Probably deliver it, but I'm reading too much into that because, yeah, maybe. Just take a breath and do what you need to do for the day. It's slower than its predecessor, which puts it fourth on this list. There are things that this card was advertised to be better at, and it just isn't. Probably not. Very unlikely. There are things that this card was advertised to be better at, and it just isn't. I highly recommend, before just blindly buying this card because it's under your budget and it is the newest, before just blindly buying this card because it is the newest card and is under the $350 budget, that you consider or the you just focus on getting your job done, put your head down. I seriously doubt that like a company would want to get rid of someone that does such good work for them. So that doesn't make sense. Or the RX 6750 XT. The last card that was added late in the purchasing process of the showdown, mainly because I couldn't find them listed anywhere for under my stated price, because I had trouble finding this card because I couldn't find them listed anywhere for under my stated price. Apparently, if you know what this card can do, how much it sold for new, and you see it for under $340, you're going to buy it to put it in something as an upgrade. The AMD RX 6750 XT is the card I did not have on my radar, even as a remote contender in this company. In Steel Nomad, we have an average score of 2349, an expected score mainly because the tests are specifically designed. We're just going to keep going. And in Time Spy, the average score is 21,219 with an average FPS of 141, which is better than the 5060, which is newer and costs more. In Cyberpunk 2077 with ray tracing off, we are seeing 96 FPS, which puts this card in third, and with frame gen and with RT and frame gen on, we are getting 140 FPS, which is a surprising second place finish for this card. I was expecting much worse scores. I was expecting the scores with those. I was expecting the scores with those features turned on to be lower, but it really goes to show how much work AMD has put into working on I was expecting the scores with these features turned on to be lower, but it really goes to show how much work AMD has put into working on their drivers. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the 6750 comes in third again with 182 average FPS. In Black Myth Wukong with RT off and no frame gen, we get an average of 89 FPS. And lows at 70 FPS. With RT and frame gen on, we are sitting easily, we are sitting at 96 FPS with lows of 82 FPS, which is somehow in second place again. In Red Dead Redemption 2, this trend continues. With a score of 118 average FPS and lows of 52 FPS, which is the closest to an average of 60 FPS from start to finish we have seen yet. Now, this is where this card really falls short for this video. I ran into issue after issue trying to get stability matrix to run on this card. I followed all the guides, reinstalled all of the applications, and it could not get it to run consistently. I could not get it to consistently generate images or running in Windows. Running in Linux, this thing popped out images roughly at the same clip as the NVIDIA cards. But seeing as all of the other cards were tested in Windows, I considered this to be a DNF for AMD. That's not to say that this card is bad for AI, but for this test and the use case I had set up for it, it just didn't work. All right, Emily. Dune Awakening is where my mind really was changed about this card. It put out some of the highest consistent FPS numbers and visually was the most detailed when playing the game. Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting. Honestly, I don't know why I was expecting a card that retailed for $549 to perform worse. But it really was the smoothest experience I had playing the game. Price to performance value for this card is 90%. And it was literally middle of the road by all accounts in every single test. But that's the thing. It stayed in the middle of the road the whole time. No matter the game, no matter the test, it just did what it could do to keep the experience smooth. So if you're looking for an all-around solid card with plenty of performance, 12 gigs of memory, and is cheaper than the RTX 5060, this is the only real option. That is why I decided to put this card in my in one of my home gaming PCs and actually put my money where my mouth is. So if you see this card for what I paid for it, you see this card listed. Yes, Emily. For what I paid for it or less, just buy it. It's that simple. Now, let's wrap this up. After spending a week testing each of these cards and spending 15 hours straight playing on these cards, after spending a week testing, and spending 15 hours straight playing on these cards, honestly, I can't say that the 5060 is a bad video card. Or that is going to prevent you from playing games at 1080p. What I can say is that the price doesn't make sense for it. When there are better cards that offer the same performance that are available on eBay or Facebook Marketplace for less, I can't justify suggesting or putting this card in builds yet. I just don't understand what NVIDIA was thinking here, honestly. They had the opportunity to offer the gaming community, the gaming community at large, the community that helped them become the company they are today, a video card that 80% of people would buy and use for years at a price point that, I said, this is a really long sentence. I just don't understand what NVIDIA was thinking here, honestly. All right, let's change this. NVIDIA had the opportunity to offer the gaming community a video card that 80% of people would buy and use for years at a price that in the current economic climate would have been praised by everyone. Just $20 cheaper than what they announced. That would have made almost everyone happy. People who are building their first computer would have had more incentive to purchase a new NVIDIA card and helped put out some of the and helped put out some of the fire that was the backlash of their pricing of the 50 series cards. That being said, they didn't do that. And I understand why. Shareholders are the only people they answer to. So we as a community have to settle for the 50-50 and be thankful that these cards aren't more expensive than they are. So is the RTX 5060 a ripoff? No, Is it a good value? No. Should you buy something else for the same money? Yeah. Yeah. Don't settle. Don't settle. Keep looking, and you can and will find crazy deals out there. And at the end of the day, we are all here for the same thing. A love of computers and everything involved with them. A love of computers and a love of PC gaming, computers, and everything involved with that. With this hobby. And I just hope we don't see a day where this hobby becomes truly a rich man's game, where entry level for everything is $1,500 or more. Because that is a world where choice... where we are given what other people think Thank you for taking the time to watch us. Yeah, let me rephrase that. I would love to get your thoughts in the comments and on our Discord. On this in the comments below and on our Discord. What card are you buying for that money? Let me know. And thanks for watching. Okay. This is gonna be long. And I have to all right, let's grab some boxes. I'm gonna have to ship this to Ramrod today. No, that's why I grabbed that box. They will not. Yes. Hello. All right. So this is going to be kind of like, I'm going to be holding a little bit of a script going through this stuff. So you're going to see me look down and up as I'm doing this. And occasionally I'm going to hold up some cards. Sure. I build and sell PCs. Okay, I don't do anything with iCloud. Yeah. This is Chris. Yeah. Okay. So I would not be the right person to talk to about that. You would want to talk to Apple. Yes. I do not know. All right, we are starting with that one. All right, I need to be off to the side a little bit like this. I have to remember this. All right. Hello. How's everyone doing? Well, I hope. So this is the first time I've put together content like this. If this video ends up being something you enjoy, make sure you subscribe and leave me a comment down below on this video, and that way I can know I can try and put some more videos like this together, doing some comparisons and whatnot, so that as new products are released, we all as a community can generally get a good idea of what's worth it and what's not. So if you do find this to be something that is useful and helpful, I really appreciate it. If you'd, just drop me a comment or something. All right, on to the actual meat of this video. So most of the systems that I build for my clients are right at or under $1,000. So I am constantly looking for GPUs that are $350 or less, which led me to a question. If I have a budget of $350, what is the best video card I can get for that money? Is it NVIDIA's brand new offering? Is it Intel, or is it like a used card from AMD? So what I did is I went out and I bought 5 separate video cards, all for under $350. And my goal was originally with this video to determine if the 5060 was a ripoff or a scam. And it very quickly turned into overall what is the best video card for under that price. So as we go through this, I'm going to post up some charts, and I'll post up some gameplay videos of different games and things that I did with each of the cards, just so we can visually see and even by the numbers determine if the 5060 is the best value for money or if it's one of these other cards. And once we have all that information, we'll be able to make a determination of, hey, this is your best video card to buy right now in 2025. So the 5 video cards I bought a RTX 3060, an RTX 4060 Ti, a Intel B580, the AMD RX 6750 XT, and the RTX 5060. These are the 3 things that I wanted to answer with this. 1, can you actually tell these cards apart without having an FPS counter up on the screen? When you're actually playing, can you tell the difference between these cards at 1080p? Just straight up. I want to answer that question. 2, which one offers the best performance value based on the available money that I had to spend? So out of the $350, was there a single card that had literally the highest score that would be like, hey, by far and away, this is the card you should definitely buy for the money? And 3, if you're doing a little bit of everything, video games, AI, spreadsheets, just browsing the internet, watching YouTube, what is the best overall choice of video cards? So let's start answering those questions. We're going to start with the 3060 that I bought. It is a 3060 12 gig. This is the card, 3060. It's a Tough Gaming. And all of the testing, actually, let's take a step back. Cut this in. So I finished that sentence with, so let's get into it. So let's talk about price. Each card that I purchased was purchased for under $350. The 3060 12 gig that we got was purchased for $280. The 4060 Ti, which should be this guy, right? Yep. So 4060 Ti was purchased for $330. The B580 was purchased for $325. The RX 6750 was purchased for $330. And the RTX 5060 was selling for, literally at every retailer when I bought this, $340. Now, literally everywhere you look for this card is selling under $300. So that kind of skews some of the information later on in this video, but what they originally sold it for and what everyone was expecting this card to sell for was like the highest out of all of them, and I again paid $340 for that. All of the testing with these cards was done on the same computer, which has an i7 11700K, 32 gigs of DDR4 2133 memory, and a 1 terabyte Samsung NVMe. All of the settings were removed as best as I could. When I say that, let me rephrase that. Read that in. So all the testing with these cards was done on the same computer, which has an i7 11700K, 32 gigs of DDR4, running at 2133, and a 1 terabyte NVMe drive. Windows 11 latest updates, I removed all of the Windows software that didn't need to be on the computer. I made sure that I disabled Windows updates before I started testing so that there would be the exact same experience for all the games that we tested with across the board from start to finish without having something like a Windows update skew the results heavily. So let's start going through the cards. We're going to start with the 3060 12 gig. Honestly, I wasn't expecting a huge number on any of these tests with this card. I expected it to be exactly what it is, a cheap, older card that at the end of the day 1080p gaming, it'll just knock it out of the park and let's keep going. And it definitely does that. So in 3D Mark Steel Nomad, we have an average score of 1995, hanging out dead last. This card is not designed to work well with that synthetic benchmark. It's designed more for the other benchmark which we did, which was Time Spy. The average score in Time Spy was 13,729 with an average FPS of 93, which compared to the rest of these cards, not bad for an almost 5-year-old GPU. Now on to in-engine benchmarks. We used Cyberpunk, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Black Myth Wukong, and Red Dead Redemption 2. So in Cyberpunk 2077, we had ray tracing off. We got an average FPS of 82, which is a lot closer to the newer, more powerful cards than I expected it to be. And it was surprising. But what wasn't surprising, as soon as you turn frame gen on, as well as ray tracing, the FPS drops all the way down to 52, which is, I mean, the 30 series was the first time these features were really offered, and frame gen wasn't even offered on the card. It was retroactively added in some games. So seeing these scores be that low, again, almost 5-year-old card, not super shocking. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, we got 4th, which is not last. We got an FPS average of 161, which I guess makes sense, seeing as this game was designed around this generation of card. And in Black Myth Wukong with ray tracing off and no frame gen, we are shockingly, again, not sitting in dead last, with an average of 79 FPS, with an average of 79 FPS and lows of 61 FPS. But as soon as you turn frame gen and ray tracing on, we shoot up to 100 FPS with lows of 85. I think that when Black Myth Wukong was designed, they didn't expect people to be playing the game on that card. And the lack of those additional technologies shows up in this score, which is in first place somehow. So I'm just thinking that because the card doesn't actively have it enabled, that it's just using the raw horsepower of the card and just rendering without any of those technologies actually turned on, even though we went and turned them on. Then finally, in Red Dead Redemption 2, we are seeing finally in Red Dead Redemption 2, we are sitting at 72 FPS with lows at 48 FPS, which is dead last. But the FPS lows are second, which again kind of doesn't make sense because we're talking about a card that is super old but is more stable across the board than some of these other cards, which see like lows sometimes dipping down into the 40s. Let me say that again. Which is surprising, seeing as it is the closest, nope. Which is surprising, seeing as sometimes we see other cards dipping lower than that, even though they're newer, more powerful cards with more technology that should prevent the frame drops from getting that low. It really does go to show that a lot of these older titles are optimized around having more memory rather than technologies. So if the main thing you're doing is playing older games, then this might be a good card for you. The next thing we're going to talk about in all of these tests is going to be AI image generation. I used so the next thing we're going to talk about with all these cards is AI image generation. I used Stability Matrix and ran a series of 10 batches of 6 images using the same prompt across the board for all of the cards. So we get the exact same idea of a response from everyone, and none of them were more complex than the other. So this card came third out of all the cards that we did testing with, and we'll get into a little bit of an explanation why when we get to some of these other cards, why some of the cards that might have had more memory performed worse, even though they were newer. With this test specifically, lower is better on time and higher is better on iterations per second. So this card took a total time of 269 seconds to render those 60 images. And so total time is better. Nope. So total time for this card was 269 seconds. And nope, start that again. So the average time to render on this card was 269 seconds and 1.42 iterations per second, meaning that it's a pretty solid card for just cheap AI stuff. For real world testing, I played Dune Awakening on the recommended setting for 3 hours to see the experience. So for real world, why can't I say that? I'm having trouble saying real world. So for real world testing, I played Dune Awakening on recommended settings for 3 hours, just to see what the experience was like. Again, it was all done at 1080p on this same computer. Overall, the experience was good. Very little render lag or buffering or anything like that. No weird visual artifacts. FPS stayed pretty locked in, like an 85 to 125 FPS window, depending on where I was and what was going on in the game. And honestly, if you told me that I was playing on such an old card, I probably wouldn't have believed you, seeing as the game came out a month ago. It stayed extremely stable, and honestly, it was a very playable experience. So if you're in a situation where you have an older card like this, and you're actively out there wondering what the experience is like on some of the newer cards, you're not really missing out on much. So the final number that I wanted to wrap into this was the performance value, which was one of the questions we wanted to ask. So what does that mean in the context of this video? So out of all the cards tested, for the money that we spent, how much performance we got out of the cards based on how much we paid? Nope, that's very convoluted and confusing. So the final number that I wanted to wrap into this was the performance value, which works out for the 3060 at a cost of $280 to be about 61%. And the performance value, the reason that number is so low is because we had an available $350 to spend. We only spent a percentage of it. And of that percentage, this card performed 61% as well as the other cards performed in all of the tests. So there are definitely cards that if you have that full $350 to spend, they're definitely better cards. Overall, if you have a budget of under $300 for a video card, it really is hard not to recommend this or the 3060 Ti. They are great cards. They have a lot of inbuilt, already developed driver and video game support out there. They work very well with AI image generation. And if your overall build is going to be under 800 bucks, like there really is not another choice that I can honestly make for this. One caveat to this is if you're looking to get into the AI space and you're trying to figure out how all of that works, if you have a much larger build budget for the rest of your computer, getting 2 or 3 of these cards and putting them into the same computer and just ripping out AI stuff, this card can perform pretty well. I would shoot for the 3060 Ti variant or realistically, any card that has more memory than the 8 gig cards. So just keep that in mind. But honestly, if you're already in the AI space, there's a good chance you spent way more than this on literally everything. So you're not going to be like pinching pennies when it comes to this. Because if you're generally already have the knowledge and you're genuinely trying to get into the space, these cards are overall, they're pretty solid. So honestly, if you're already in this space, then there's a good chance you're already spending way more money on video cards than the 3060 and the 3060 Ti. So this is kind of a moot point. But if you are in the middle space where you have some knowledge and you're looking to expand your AI card selection, then the 3060 and the 3060 Ti variants, they're going to be the way to go for sure. So overall, this card comes in 5th place based on all of the scores and just overall costs and everything, which, I mean, it's not really a big surprise. We're talking about the oldest card, the least expensive card. And like I said, if your budget is under 800 bucks, it's a good way to go. Now, next up, we're going to talk about so next up, we are going to talk about the Intel B580. The Arc B580 is the one I have is the Challenger OC edition. I was able to pick it up for $230. I probably should keep this sheet up here so I can keep that. We're going to start that again. So next up, next up, I tested the Arc B580. I was able to pick up that card for $325. And Join our RAM. So next, I tested the Intel Arc B580 12 gigabyte, which we picked up for 325 bucks. And boy, was the immaturity of this card apparent. It performs solidly across almost all of the synthetic tests, but when you actually start playing newly released games, some of the shortcomings of this card become apparent, which it's one of those things where you know the longer that this card is available and out in the public, you're gonna get better and better driver support just across the board, and performance overall will improve. Perfect example is when we get into some of the actual real world testing that I did. The day after I got done testing, there was a driver release specifically for this card that increased overall in-game performance by about 10%. So let's start with our synthetic benchmarking. In Steel Nomad, we got an average score of 3057, which is second on our list. In Time Spy, the average score was 21225 with an average FPS of 142, which is up in first on this list. That is again an indication of the fact that this card has more memory and is more modern than some of these other cards. In actual in-game benchmarking, Cyberpunk 2077 with RT off, we got an average FPS of 105, which is good for second place. But as soon as you turn frame gen and RT off, this card falls all the way down to 70 FPS, which is second to last. XESS is good, but in a game that is designed around NVIDIA's upscaling and frame gen model, you can really see where this game just kind of struggles. So in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the B580 shines once again. It's an older title that uses video memory to handle just about everything. So more memory is more gooder. And we see 192 FPS for second place finish. In Black Myth Wukong with RT off and no frame gen, the B580 comes in dead last. I was expecting the B580 to have issue with some of the more modern titles, but Intel has had time to work on this and release drivers. This game has been out for a little bit now, and I was just hoping for better numbers in this. When we turn all of the ray tracing and frame gen stuff back on, we end up seeing 58 FPS with lows down at 52, which is actually a pretty narrow window, which is nice, which means if you do play this game, you're still going to be under 60 FPS, but you will have a more like streamlined and smooth feeling while playing the game, where you're not getting sudden dips down to like 30 or 20 FPS. So I need to say that whole thing again because I said the wrong thing. So I was hoping for better numbers just across the board. So we end up seeing 58 FPS lows. So I was hoping to see better numbers across the board. So we see an average of 58 FPS with lows down at 52. Then once we turn frame gen and RT on, we don't see a massive bump in performance. The card is still in kind of last place with this, but we're seeing 62 FPS with lows of 54%. There is no massive bump in performance, which keeps the card in dead last with an average of 62 FPS with lows of 54 FPS. The window between those two FPS is kind of narrow though, which is somewhat nice. You're still going to average across the board under 60 FPS, but you're not going to see super, super low dips that are going to be jarring and taking you out of the experience of what you're doing. In Red Dead Redemption 2, we are seeing the Jekyll and Hyde that is this card. With everything else that this card has to offer, I am really, really seeing the potential and also the drawbacks of this card. So the average FPS is 120, which is outstanding. It's the highest FPS total we scored with all the cards, but the lows in this were at 31, which if you're actively playing this game and you're averaging, let's say a smooth 60 FPS, and suddenly your frame rate is dropped in half, you're going to feel that, and it's going to be like, oh, what just happened? Again, this comes down to a maturity issue. I feel like the longer this card exists, the more you're going to see less and less titles have that problem. So let's talk about the AI stuff. This card potentially will be great once the support gets there. But right now, it is not compatible with Stability Matrix. And you have to install a specific tool from Intel plus a bunch of plugins just to get it to work. And sure, it can do it, but with the amount of video memory that this has, at some point, once this card becomes like more of a mainstream thing, availability becomes higher and the prices start to settle on them, and we start to see companies do crazy things because Intel's letting people do whatever they want with this card, like putting 2 GPUs on a single card, you're going to see support for this card come way up in the AI space, and you're going to see this card be possibly one of the best non-90 series cards for doing AI stuff, because when you can toss 2 CUDA cores, because when you can toss 2 GPUs and a bunch of memory at a process in a single PCI slot, companies are going to go wild for that. So unfortunately, because of that, this card scored a DNF in the AI stuff. So moving on to Dune Awakening. This was my experience actively playing on this card for the first time. I had one of the A770 cards that I ended up selling to a customer after putting it in a build and doing some benchmarking with it, but I never got a real large amount of time to sit and play with the card on the card in an actual game. Which leads me to saying, when a game first comes out, you're really going to have a kind of a mixed bag experience with this card. There are moments where you can clearly see how much better this card can be. The overall visual fidelity is better. The frame rates are much higher. But then out of nowhere, you'll be slapped in the face where the game gets super choppy and borderline unplayable for moments. And then you'll get these weird visual lighting artifacts that just pop up that have existed since the A770. Like, I believe Halo was the first game, Halo Infinite was the first game where those artifacts really started showing just up everywhere. But at the same time, I want to say that it is an immaturity thing with this card and how they handle lighting, but they should have had enough time by now to gotten that figured out. Maybe it's just an underlying issue that they have to work with developers on to get sorted. But overall, this card, like I would say, out of all of the cards in Dune Awakening, performed the worst. That being said, they released a driver update the next day that brought FPS and just overall stability up significantly. And if you go online, you can find a lot of details about that. People are just raving about the card now. So your experience definitely will vary. And when a game comes out and that technology pipeline starts flowing better with Intel, you're going to see less and less problems. And you're going to enjoy having this card more and more in your rig. The price to performance value for this card was 92%, which out of all the cards we tested was second. It has the most RAM, some of the highest benchmark scores, and is priced under the 5060. So it's really hard not to recommend this card as like the one to buy on this list out of all of the cards that we tested. But right now, people always talk about the insecurity of future versions of this card, or the C series of this card. I'm not worried about that so much. What I am worried about is Intel's shrinking worker base and Intel shrinking the amount of people that are readily available to work on driver updates for this card. So I can't, in good conscience, put this as the first place card. Second place though, no problem with that. If you can get the B580 for MSRP, it's a solid card. There's a lot of catch up that Intel still does need to play, but you can just see the potential. My hope is that in a few years we have Team Red, Team Green, and Team Blue all competing for the same space, roughly at the same price points, which is the Intel price points, not the Nvidia price points. But I also want $1 billion to start fixing all the problems in the world, and that's just not going to happen. So for now, on this list, this card gets put in third place. The highs really do balance out the lows, and it really, really keeps this card in the middle of the pack with potential in the future for it to be a much higher rated card. Let me grab some water. All right. So next, let's talk about 4060 Ti. In my mind, going into all of this testing, this is going to be the card that, at the end of the day, I'm going to recommend this card. It is not the newest. It is less cheap than the new version of the card with the same performance and the same features. So that being said, I am expecting this card to perform at the absolute top of the list across the table on all of my tests, real world and synthetic. So let's start with Steel Nomad. We have an average score of 2977, which is, you know, kind of up there. I need to see where this is at. I didn't write this down, so I need to say that again. Second highest. Okay. So in Steel Nomad, we have an average score of 2977, which is good for second place. And in Time Spy, the average score is 21222. And in Time Spy, the average score is 21. I can do this. And in Time Spy, the average score is 21221, with an average FPS of 142, which is second only behind the B580, which again, memory thing. I was really expecting in these synthetic benchmarks, both of them to be at the top of the list, but they're not. So I'm thinking the fact that this is just an 8 gig card is what's holding those scores back, not the fact that it's, you know, a TI variant. In Cyberpunk 2077 with ray tracing off, we are at 96 FPS, which is all the way down in fourth. And the idea that this would be the card that I would say, hey, this is the one to go with, is very quickly starting to melt. But as soon as you turn frame gen and ray tracing on, this card shoots all the way to first, which is, again, that is what I was expecting. But in some situations, we're not seeing that, which is, like I said, kind of weird. The lows on this card were 52, which again gives us a nice narrow window where from maximum performance, average performance, and lows, there's actually a very narrow band where this card sits in, which is nice. But like I said, overall, I feel like in that title specifically, this card should have performed quite a bit better. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the 4060 Ti is now in third place with an average score of 100 FPS and lows of 45. Showing, once again, that the older the title, generally the more memory you have to throw at the card, better. And in Black Myth Wukong with RT off and no frame gen. All right, I need to back up. I skipped a whole section. We're going to start again with the Cyberpunk. So in Cyberpunk 2077 with ray tracing off, we're at 96 FPS, which is all the way down in fourth. But as soon as you turn frame gen and ray tracing on, this card shoots up to first, which is what I was expecting. Which again shows that while the base performance of the card being only an 8 gig card is hampered by that, once you turn the technologies on that NVIDIA has developed, the card performs much better. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the 4060 Ti is all the way out in first again, like pretty comfortably. I believe we were at 196 FPS, and once you turn ray tracing on, okay, why am I missing stuff here? So in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the 4060 Ti is all the way out in first with 196 FPS, which is contradictory to more memory equals more gooder in this specific situation, which again, I think comes down to the developer working closely with NVIDIA to optimize for these cards. In Black Myth Wukong, with ray tracing off and no frame gen, second place, we're seeing 102 FPS average with lows of 67. Once you turn everything back on and set everything to the recommended settings, we drop all the way down to 67 FPS and 52 FPS lows. I am perplexed by the performance of this card, given that this card and this game were developed basically side by side, because Black Myth Wukong was supposed to be this showcase of what NVIDIA cards can do, and not doing so hot. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the 4060 Ti is in third place now with an average of 100 FPS and lows of 45, which again is not making much sense. All of these cards are tested with, again, same settings, same computer in every single game. Only thing that's different is the manufacturer of the card or the variant of the card. Now, this is where I think this card really, really shines, which is in AI workloads. When you compare this to not only some of the more modern cards, but cards that are potentially in a price tier above this, the 4060 Ti is kind of crushing it. Literally all of the other cards are behind this card, whether they have more memory or not. So our 10 batches of 6 images took an average of 174 seconds with 2.264 iterations per second, which is crazy. My 3090 is averaging 2.75 iterations per second. Granted, my speeds are much, much lower, averaging around 80 seconds, but the iterations per second that this GPU can put out is pretty good, which means that if you can get this same variant of the card with more memory, you're gonna have a pretty good time with this card in the AI workloads. For under $350 though, 100% this is the card to buy. If your budget is $350, you have that $350 for AI stuff, buy this card. There's no other card on this list I can recommend for that. But if you can find a 4070 or a 4070 Ti or a 4070 Ti Super, obviously, if you can find them at that price, buy that. That would be technology, memory, it all comes together with the higher up you get with these cards. You just end up with a better experience overall. In Dune Awakening, if you actually asked me, like, life or death situation, what video card are you playing on? Which NVIDIA card are you playing on? Is it the 3060, the 4060 Ti, or the 5060? I honestly couldn't tell you. Sure, the FPS counter that was in the corner of the screen told me that I was getting more FPS, but no hiccups, no weird artifacting, no stutters. It's almost as if this game was designed around this card, quite possibly, not the 50 series card. Just a smooth experience through and through. Price to performance for this card, 93%, which is, out of all the cards, is the highest on this list. Sure, it has less RAM than the B580, it costs $5 more, but overall, if you're looking for a card that just works and doesn't get in your way with literally anything you're doing, this is it. This is the card you buy. Is what I would have said if this card actually didn't come in second place. Who knew that you can basically end up, who knew that you can basically end up in a situation where you're the most recent generation of card other than what is current, but literally you're so up and down across the board with all the tests that it just doesn't make sense. And like there's a stability issue somewhere that you can't really put your finger on, and it's not the rest of the system. So now we have the antagonist of this whole video, and the reason that I started making this video and wanted to do this video in the first place, which is our 5060. I bought this card for MSRP as soon as it was available, and much to my chagrin, every retailer dropped their price on this card a week after I did that. So what I paid was $340, and now these cards are selling for under $300. Most every manufacturer that you can find. So now we have the antagonist of this video, the whole reason I started making this video in the first place, which was the 5060. And right out of the gate, I bought this card as soon as it was available, and I wanted to test. There was so much negative press about this, for good reason. And I just wanted to figure out, honestly, hey, is this a scam? Is this a ripoff? What is this? Now, this card is widely available for $299 at just about every retailer. And if you really look, you can find them for even cheaper than that, which kind of puts into perspective where this card should be sold at, like as a MSRP versus what it actually was released at. And we'll kind of get into that a little bit. So I guess the other thing I want to answer with this is this card really as bad as everyone on the internet is screaming that it is? Well, let's get down to, is this card really as bad as everyone on the internet is screaming that it is? So I guess let's get into some results here and see. In Steel Nomad, we have an average score of 3151, which is the highest score yet, showing, you know, modern tech equals higher scores generally. In Time Spy, we get an average of 2854 with an average of 139 FPS. Okay, that's fourth. That doesn't make sense based on the whole modern tech equals higher scores statement that I just made. But I'm sure, you know, this is going to perform much better in the rest of these. Anyways, in Cyberpunk 2077 RT off, we are at 107 FPS, which is all the way out in front. But as soon as you turn frame gen and ray tracing on, this card is only ahead of the B580 and the 3060 with an average FPS of 102, which is third place. So that's kind of a weird, when you have these technologies that this card is sold on turned off, it performs better than when they're on. I don't know, that's just weird in that hey, this technology is supposed to make these things faster and more smooth. Guess not. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the 5060 is dead last. Like actually dead last. Literally 20 FPS behind all the rest of the cards. It's the same settings. Nothing is like different between the computer, but like you can, it's dead last. In Black Myth Wukong with RT off and no frame gen, we're all the way back out in first with an average of 105 and lows at 66. When you turn frame gen and RT on, we are sitting at 84 and 54, which is your average and lows, which again, we're back in third place, which I would expect this card to be performing better. Should be better. In Red Dead Redemption 2, I was hoping again for numbers that kind of made sense, but with an average FPS of 96, which is somewhat high, and lows down at 44, this card came in fourth. This again is one of those situations like the B580 where playing and actually going from that high number down to that low number is going to be actually jarring. You're going to have stuttering and you're going to be like, what is going on? Something was wrong with my computer. And that's never the experience you want to have when you're trying to play a game, right? Then we get on to our AI image generation. The thing this card was actually designed, built around, and sold for Blackwell. That's it. This is the end all be all when it comes to AI stuff. It came in second. You know, it's behind the last generation card that's basically the same card with a different GPU. The average time was 207 seconds, and the average iterations per second was 185. The average iterations was 1.875. It's like, how does the old card that's supposed to be worse at AI stuff than this perform better? Like, it shouldn't. That's where it's at. In Dune Awakening, there was literally, again, there was no difference between this and the other cards. The 30 series, the 40 series, and 50 series, they perform exactly the same. If you told me I was playing on the 3060, I'd have believed you. It's just, it feels exactly the same, which I guess is the point of the 30 series card. No matter which generation you have, since ray tracing and the RTX like architecture has existed, they just want you to have a similar experience across all of them. The price to performance on this card was 91%. It was, at time of purchase, the most expensive and came average third place across the board. There are things that this card is advertised to do better that it just doesn't, and it should. Sure, that may be a driver thing. NVIDIA's have a lot of problems with their drivers over the past 6 months. It might be a Windows thing. The build that I'm on in Windows might just be problematic for this card and these drivers. But if you're an average person in this situation with that same setup, on that same build, your life is going to suck and you're going to wonder why you spent the money on this, especially if you're upgrading from like a 30 card. Like let's say you're upgrading from a 3060 to this. You're not going to be able to tell the difference. What actually is there to justify that upgrade that you just made? So I highly recommend, before just blindly buying this card, just because it is the newest thing from NVIDIA in your price bracket, you consider buying the 4060 Ti, or you consider buying the last card of this comparison, the RX 6750 XT. So this card was added pretty late in my purchasing process because in this showdown. So this card was added pretty late in the purchasing process of cards for this showdown. And I had trouble finding this card. Keith McLeod. Golf. This is Chris. How you doing? All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. So do you have a new website up now? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to give me, like, send me an email with details on what all is here and what you want, I can let you know. If you're paying like a monthly cost for this, I would just need information as to like what platform and stuff you're actually purchased it through and whatnot. Because like just looking at like the front end of a website doesn't really give me a lot of details other than like the pages and stuff that are there. Mm-hmm. Sure, sure. So yeah, so just send me an email with everything you're looking for, and then I will put it back. I will go through this and I'll send you over just an estimate of what it would cost to get it built. I understand. I just, yeah, if you, so, right. So like I'm actually not in my office right now. So like that's why I was asking if you could just send me an email. So that way when I get back to the office it's something I can take a look at and I can do for you. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. Some people just don't take a hint. Like, well, he had so like clearly he had someone build a website for him. And now they're charging him monthly for it and he doesn't want to pay for it. So he wants me to rebuild it. And it's like, all right. I don't know, Angeline. We'll figure it out later, okay? I guess let me start again with this. All right. So the RX 6750 XT was added pretty late into this process. because I had trouble finding this card. And the reason I had trouble finding this card is because apparently, if you know what the capabilities of that card is, and you know how much it sold for when new, if you're seeing it for under that price, you're just gonna buy it and put it in something. Because it's a 12 gigabyte card, relatively new, and uses AMD's current architecture of software stuff. And let me take a step back. So it's a 12 gig card available for under $350. It's going to be hard to come by, just straight up. So this card wasn't even in the radar for actually competing well in this showdown at all for me. And as we go through this, you're going to hear the numbers and you're going to get some takeaways from this based on some of the things I say. And there's one point that stood out to me about this whole thing, and we'll kind of run through that when we get towards the end. So in Steel Nomad, we had an average score of 2349, and in Time Spy, an average score of 21219, with an average FPS of 141, which is better than the 5060, which is newer and costs more than what I paid for this card. In Cyberpunk 2077, with ray tracing off, we are seeing 96 FPS, which puts this card in third, and with ray tracing and frame gen on, we're getting 140 FPS, which is surprisingly in second place. I was expecting the scores for this to be lower, so the fact that it does kind of pop up in second place just illustrates how much work AMD has put into getting their cards performant and optimized to work with games that people are actually out there playing. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the 6750 XT comes in third again with an average of 182 FPS, which again is memory. More memory equals more gooderer. In Black Myth Wukong, we are seeing in Black Myth Wukong with RT off and no frame gen, we're getting an average of 89 FPS and lows at 70 FPS. With ray tracing and frame gen on, we're sitting at 96 and lows of 82, which is second place again. In Red Dead Redemption, this trend continues with a score of 118 average with lows of 52, which the lows, I want to say, are going to be jarring if you're coming all the way down. If you're coming all the way down from 118, but if you're playing at 1080p 60, then you're barely going to see any movement there. So the lows aren't going to feel as painful. It's when you start getting below the 40, below 30, that's when you really, really feel it. Now, this is where this card kind of falls short for the context of this video. And I ran into issue after issue after issue trying to get stability matrix running correctly on this card, even though it is compatible. The crux of the issue is that it's compatible in Linux, it's not compatible in Windows. All of the rest of the tests that I ran were done in all of the rest of the tests that I ran were done in Windows for all the other cards, so I wasn't going to make an exception for this card. So while once I did get it into Linux and I started running Stability Matrix in Linux, it was doing exactly as well as you expected, on par with the 4060 Ti, and definitely outpunching the 5060. For the context of this text, for the context of this test, I had to give this card a DNF, just because I couldn't generate results in Windows to put on my charts. So moving on to Dune Awakening. This is where my mind was really changed about this card. It put out some of the highest consistent FPS and had the most detail when actively playing through the game. From area to area, when things were loading in, it stayed the sharpest. And I never really saw anything that stood out to me as, is that blurry? Am I not close enough? what exactly is that blurry? Is that not sharp enough? It never really crossed my mind. It never was an issue where I was having random pop-ins like I was having with some of the other cards, specifically the B580. So I don't honestly know why I was expecting a card that retailed for $550 to perform poorly in this game. But my general perception was that it would. And in all honesty, it was the smoothest experience I had playing Dune Awakening on this build out of all of the cards. The price to performance value for this card is at 90%, which is middle of the road by all accounts. But in every single test, it stayed middle of the road. The highs weren't super high, but the lows weren't super low. Meaning that the average experience I had across the board with this card was the smoothest. It was the most stable from start to finish. And I think that's what you're looking for with a video card. When you're actively using it and you're actively playing, you don't want to have these giant jumps up to super high numbers and then come crashing back down when you end up in a situation where the game is trying to render something that is out of what its capabilities are. It's got 12 gigs of memory. It is, again, at time of purchase, it was cheaper than the 5060. And it's the only real option that jumps out as far as stability, memory, and overall capabilities. So I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to put this in a computer in my house, and I'm going to use it. And I'm going to use it 2 to 3 times a week. And I'm not going to have any regrets because it's stable, it's solid, and like overall, like, I enjoyed using this card. And it's the one I'd recommend. And it's the one that came in first based off of the highs and lows and price to performance and everything. So let's wrap this up. After spending a week doing testing and spending 15 straight hours playing on these cards, honestly, I can't say that the 5060 is a bad card. It's not a video card that's going to stop you from playing video games or prevent you from playing titles at, 1080p. What I can say is that when they first announced this card, the price that it was being advertised at didn't make sense at all. There are better cards that offer the same performance for less money. Now that the prices come down on the card, and if this card gets down to, say, $270, sure, it's a card that I end up recommending because that would put it cheaper than all of the other cards that I bought and less expensive than even the 3060 that we're running here. So at that point, you're getting better technology and you're getting a newer card. You're going to end up having a better experience playing at that point. My whole thing with this is NVIDIA had the opportunity to offer the gaming community a bone with this card. A video card that 80% of people are going to end up using, and they will use for years until they really start upgrading their hardware or it's not something that's coming in a pre-built. They had the opportunity to pour a little bit of water on the fire that they created with their pricing for the 50 series cards, and they didn't. So that being said, is the 5060 a ripoff? No. Is it a good value? No. Should you buy something else for the money? Yeah, for sure. All I can say is when you're looking for a video card, don't settle. Keep looking. You can find some crazy deals out there on Facebook Marketplace, eBay, Craigslist. People are selling computers that aren't working all the time, that have great components, that everything else in the computer might be dead, but the video card is working fine, and you can just take that video card out, slot it into your computer, and then sell the rest of the working components. That is definitely a thing. The thing that I hope we don't see, and it's a worrying trend because video card manufacturers are beholden to their shareholders, is a day where this hobby that we all love and enjoy, which is gaming on PCs, building PCs, becomes like truly a rich man's game, where the entry level cost for a computer, no matter what you're putting into it, is $1,500 or more. Because that's a world where we are given fewer and fewer options, and we end up just getting what people are saying is what we need versus what we want. And the idea of that really, really sucks. So hopefully, with the next generation of these cards across the board from Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA, we see a little bit of a more aligning with the reality of what people can afford. Like, I'm not talking about the 90 series cards. Those are always going to be expensive. They're always going to be hard to compete with for all manufacturers, and their cost very quickly gets justified by their capability. What I'm talking about is your 70 series cards coming down in price, your 60 series cards coming down in price, and, you know, maybe making the 50 series cards what it should be, which is just a low power, plug it in, doesn't need external power kind of idea for people who buy these bare bones computers from HP, Dell, Lenovo, and they don't have a video card, but they want to put one in. That's what the 50 card should be, nothing else. So that all being said, buy used. Find the best thing you can for under your budget, and don't be afraid to sometimes take a chance by doing bids and not getting something right now at this moment. There's always going to be stuff out there for you to buy. And worst case scenario, you're buying whatever the latest card is for your budget. And based off all of our testing, you're not going to be disappointed. You just might be overpaying. So I'd love to get your thoughts on this style of video. For me, this is the first time I've ever done something like this. If you could leave comments below, let me know if I did a terrible job, if I did an okay job. If you'd want to see more stuff like this, you can drop them below, like I said, in the comments. You can hop on our Discord. You can come to my stream. I stream daily from 9 a.m. Eastern Standard to about 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard every single day on Twitch and on YouTube. I run a business, Bradenton PC Repair. You can just click wherever I put the button to get some more information on that. And the whole reason that my channel exists is to answer questions. Doesn't matter what part of a computer you have questions about, what your level of knowledge is when it comes to either computer repairs, computer building, gaming setups. My goal is to be a place where you can come, where my community is going to have someone that's going to be able to answer your question. We have people that are super knowledgeable about vintage stuff, about server stuff, about AMD, about Intel, about NVIDIA. They all have different pieces of knowledge, which makes my community so great. And we're always looking for more people to join that community, to help grow it, and to help make the space that is my community the best it can possibly be, and help it become, you know, a place that people can go to and trust that they're going to get a legitimate and right answer. So if that's something you're interested in, swing by, check it out. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Everyone have a great day. All right. Okay. Yep, that was a lot of talking. My throat is so dry. That's 2 of those. Same person. Why? Sure, Emily. I have computers to fix every day. right, now we're gonna get this boxed up and sent off to Ramrod. Modify that box. All right, 4060 Ti. Let's get that put away. He didn't win it. He bought it from me, Emily. He said he wanted it. I said, okay, I'll sell it to you. I sold it for exactly as much as I paid for it, Emily. I'll get that fan going back here. It's hot. Oakley dokley. Brrr. Video cards go brrr. Just going with that. Waiting on that motherboard still. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. All right, let's get that. All right, so we are all done. I'm gonna work on editing this video. Not right now, maybe later. We'll see. Let's get some music going. All right, thank you guys for putting up with me through that whole process. It's been a little time. We can start cutting into new videos. I have been putting this off for far too long. I need weights from people. What's everyone doing out there today? So no one wants to talk to me anymore? Everyone's gone. This is Chris. Good, what's going on? Yeah, I should have something to show you on Thursday, as far as the updated layout and everything. I have nothing to add at this point now. All right, we'll see you. Right. Okay. Okay. Who knows? Well, thanks everyone for hanging out. What? Should see what's for sale out there for the... What's it called? Prime Day. Oh, how was a burger? That's not on sale. What about this thing? 141? Oh, it's good. Cool, Emily. This is Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Alrighty. Yep, you have a good one. Bye. It always confuses me when people assume that I throw stuff out. It's always been confusing to me. Just a couple days, Emily.
I see, that's really quite clever, isn't it? Really quite clever.
That took entirely too long. Okay, whoa. Easy now. I have suffering a screen tear and stuttering for over a year with some audio distortion happening occasionally. I've tried troubleshooting a lot of things. Nothing's helped, even built a complete new PC. Sounds like... yeah, it would be probably your cable. Yeah, I'm gonna take medication. So if you built a whole new computer, you've tried it on a different monitor and with a different cable, what has stayed the same? Because something will have had to have stayed the same. For you to have a consistent issue. So there's no video cables on the front panel. That is so, like, unlikely in today's world, though. Like, electricity is so stable just about everywhere. Maybe. Or Indiana. Hey, this is Chris over at the computer shop. So, yeah, so that motherboard is damaged. So I was able to replace some parts on it, get it partially working, but after a few minutes, it just shuts itself off. And that's pretty consistent, whether it's on power or not on power. So at this point, you're looking at just replacing the computer. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. This is Chris. Okay. What's your name? It is the next computer I'll be working on. So should be like shortly. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Let's get a manufacture date on the battery. You want me to put this in the bag? Yep. On Hez next. Should do is this one. Gutman. On head. Finish build. Verify all connections. All right, let's finish somebody's build here. Let's clean up my desk slightly. So it's a problem with the computer. So from build to build, what has been like, so all right, you said you built a whole new computer. Are all the parts in the new computer completely new? Not used from the old computer? Let's start with that. Because unless there's something electrically connected inside the case, there's literally nothing that could be. Because if it's a new case, new monitor, or excuse me, if it's a new computer, new monitor, and new cabling, then there's nothing that would be preventing it from functioning correctly. Have you tried reinstalling Windows? That would be the next thing. Well, if they're not new monitors, then that doesn't mean that the problem isn't somehow related to your monitors. Try hooking the computer up to a TV. See if you get the same issue on a TV while having nothing else connected. Emily, what do you think I did last night? How many times are you gonna ask me? Like, if I don't respond, how many times will it take for you to realize that I don't want to answer the question? Okay, it's a good guess. Like, I don't always want to answer the questions, Emily. Most of the time I do, sometimes I don't. All right, let's do this. A video card, Emily. I don't know. I gotta take a look. I still haven't stopped to take a look yet. All right, so if it happened on his stuff as well, what did they say that the problem was? Because if it was an actual like computer repair shop, they should have been able to swap in different components to see if it's component related. That's generally how that works. Right, but you said it was a new GPU, right? And it was doing the same thing on your old GPU and your new GPU, right? It's not the right thing to be doing this with. Okay, so after all of the questions that we asked you, you did keep other components, including the GPU. I am so confused. Like, did you leave it with him to test, or did this person just randomly say, yeah, it's the GPU, and then you bought a new GPU? Because if that's the case, then that guy isn't really a reputable computer repair. Like, as if he held on to it, and there was no testing done. Oh yeah, it's a GPU. Seems like not a good test. Sure, Emily. Okay. So you have new memory? I mean, what you're describing sounds like a GPU issue, honestly. But from what you're saying, that there's no way it could be a GPU issue. Emily, I answered that question. So we got a new motherboard, new GPU, new CPU, new everything. And it's still happening. It sounds like you need to take it back to them and let them test individual components and see exactly what the problem actually is. Because it doesn't sound like it was tested fully. Because what you're describing is like, it sounds like 100% a GPU issue, but you're saying it's happening even with a new GPU, so it's hard to tell. I don't know what to tell you, my guy. Unfortunately. Sounds like it might be out of my scope. Possibly that does happen. Yep, sorry, man. Wish I could be more of help. But it's one of those things where it's going to be basically impossible for me to assist any farther without physically having the computer. And it's not like you're going to ship it over to me. Nor would I ever suggest that. But I would definitely take it back to like a computer repair shop and then see if they can start swapping in different parts to see if the problem goes away. For your box? Yeah, I'm shipping your toilet paper to you. There you go. Just worried about the post office actually accepting this. Not really. Just got to put a sheet of paper in here so that it is not exposed to the open air. I know they hate that. You think everything I do is an awful lot of effort. I could not. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. I had no other boxes that were even remotely close to the same size as this. They were either way bigger or way smaller. Yes, but if I keep waiting, I'm going to eventually like get to the point where I've forgotten about it. And don't worry, it'll be fine. No one's gonna have any idea of what's in here. There you go. Just tell them I'm out of the office. Okay, just tell them I'm out of the office. Like I said. Just tell them I'll be back at 3.
No, I don't think it's, I can't use the machine. No problem, sir. Bye-bye. Where is that?
You might have. You've done it before. Okay, Mom. No worries. Huh? We build custom golf carts. We were just on the phone with him. All right. This box will be more machine than man when I'm done with it. There you go. Sealed up like a drum. Just put just one more, just right there. All right. All right, I'll get you the paperwork so you can tape this on here, okay? And now we're gonna finish a build. There you go. That's right. It's funny. I didn't take my Adderall this morning because I was like, I'll do it when I get to work, seeing as I had a bunch of stuff to do before work. And I just never took it. Which also explains why I'm freaking hungry. Okay, let's build a computer. Wow, I'm freaking starving. like my stomach is like actually like growling over here. All right, so this is a customer's computer. Might have to, are you still around, Tech? All right, and I believe this is, looking at this, I believe this is an NZXT case. And we just need to finish the build. Something smells burnt. Take a look at everything here. Move this over to here. What is going on here? All right, there you go. Now you guys can see what the heck I'm doing over here. All right, so we took a screw out from over there. I do believe there's one in the back I'm gonna have to worry about. That up and off. All right. That one. All of the panels got to come off on this guy. Oh, it's one of those. So aggravating. All right, well, let's just keep moving around. I'm gonna put those screws back in because the only way to remove that is by removing this whole group of fans, and we're not gonna do that. That's for sure. You guys get a little bit of a... Helps the glare a little bit, but my overhead lights are still kind of blowing out the camera a little bit. But, I mean, at this point, you guys can see this is what we're dealing with in terms of, like, cable management. So, not great. Can I zoom in? Yeah, I can zoom in ever so slightly. There you go. All of these cables are done incorrectly. Let's pull that back out. Pull this out. Yeah, we have an, this is definitely an NZXT case. Everything's purple. Yeah, you can see, like, this is what I just found on these guys. Oh. Wrong way. I can do this. All right, so we have multiple boards in here. Like, what is, like, this is a Molex connector, and all these fans are plugged into it, which is also plugged into the motherboard. Let's get that out of here. Don't know what that actually is going to be used for, if we're going to use it at all. Because we have NZXT stuff, we have Corsair stuff. Half of the power cords aren't plugged in. Where's the rest of the cords for the power supply? I have to go back and look to see what this kid actually gave me with this. So it's a 1,000-watt power supply, but we are missing cables. Hi, is this Angel? Hey, it's Chris over at the computer shop. Do you have the rest of the cables for this power supply? I'm gonna need those. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. So, let's fine, I guess. So that's actually fine. That one's fine. So that's power in that. What is this? Splitter we might not need. These are NZXT RGB, so that's for the cooler. That is for the CPU power, which that one is correct. Just needs to be neatened. And that's a USB header, so that's all for the cooler. This is for the rear fan. And then these fans over here. Get all of these out of here. Basically taking this thing down to like nothing. So let's just remove this for now. That's out of there. That's stuck in there? No, it is not. All right, so we do not need that fan controller, as these are all of those fans. And then the RGB is all connected together. So we will come through. Hook that up, hook that up. So there's our fan splitter for, that is for the back. That is for the back. When I say back, I'm talking about these fans right here. Which leaves us one, but that can just go to a, fan header, which this case definitely has enough of. Okay, so let's start by getting, we know this cable needs to go to the front on the bottom. So my hope is when he brings in the rest of those cables, the other cable that I actually need, which is just going to be one SATA power, will be in there. So that's going to go out the front. That's fine. Let's undo this. That's one SATA header. So that should be all of the SATA headers that we have. So these red cables are old. This is not part of like a new thing with this build. They're just extensions, so it'd be nice if there was one more cable comb on this, but there is not. So, like as you can see, there's just a single cable comb on that. It'd be nice if there was one more. But you got what you got, right? Let's unplug that and slide that cable comb back a little bit. And then we'll pull this back out. Yeah, that looks better. So now we're gonna bunch up this cable here. Which I think this one might need. Let me go find my larger zip ties. in my car. Alright. So that should be good. It's not good. Because this cable is so floppy, doesn't want to cooperate. So I almost want this like this. All right, this is getting zip tied up like this, and then it's gonna stay there, and we'll do everything else based around that. Just wants to hang out here all the way up front. What we're gonna do is we're gonna zip tie it back farther. I hate this case. Tell you right now, I hate this case. Just where things are located. I'm sure if you used all NZXT parts, this thing would be stupendous. All right, that is now secured there. what some of this stuff is, honestly. I wish whoever this artist is for the music would stop making music. So I don't have a lot of details on this computer. No, I know what I'm going to name this video. Is this the worst case that NZXT has ever made? No, that's unfortunately the answer to that question. That's held by those at the H510. The case where you can only fit a single 240 cooler in one location. In the whole case. That's there. All right, well, let's get these cleaned up now. We got another one to work on directly after this. No. You're transmitting a signal, which then has to be processed on the other end by a device before it's turned back into audio. It's one of the inherent weaknesses of Bluetooth over radio. That's why generally, as weird as it sounds, RF headphones have better response times over the same distance. If you're only using that, you like very rarely do you see it. But if you have something else to compare it against, yeah, you see it like immediately. It's like braiding. You just gotta do this one more time up top. Yeah. Listen, I haven't had a chance to look. I got it open next to me. I just haven't looked around. See, and then this cable comes nicely into two separate cables now. Reminds me, I gotta log back into Dune tonight, regardless of whether or not I play. I gotta go get power packs and recharge up my base, or my base is gonna get destroyed. And he brought me the cables. Let me eat this protein bar. Okay. When did that happen? Was I here? All right. All right, arm stretch is done. Let's finish this up. So this cable is done. Let's get all these cables untangled. So over the weekend I bought an orbital sander from Lowe's, and the exact same, like, it was for $190, and the exact same one is on sale on Amazon right now for $90. So I'm gonna be ordering that from Amazon. So I did find something for a Prime Day. Okie dokie. One, two. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so keep finishing this braid. Tighten it up. Get to there. Okay, and then we just got one more. Actually, you know what? No, I think we're gonna leave that there. I take it back. We're gonna leave that right there. All right, now it's going to a front SSD. So this one has 2 cable combs on it. Untangled. There you go. Get that from Prime Day. Okay. And then here's this. This is what I was looking for. So we just need, from this side, we just need this one. All right, so then our 3 fans are gonna go 1, 2, 3. Okay, Emily. Have a safe flight. So the only thing that's on this cable bundle now is going to be, we're going to have power, and then RGB. Okay. All right, now as far as these cables are concerned, let's get our single, we needed a single SATA power cable, which we're not even gonna unwrap because there's no point. We're gonna put you in right at the bottom. And then Emily, I'm sure he'll message you when he does, okay? All right, so that is plugged in. Is this the magnetic one? It is the magnetic one. All right, cool. So that's gonna go back over there. That's gonna go through there. Right at the bottom. USB, USB, and I needed one more power. Let's rotate that just a wee bit. There we go. So that's all of our power except for our GPU. And what I need to find now is I need a single fan header. All right, Emily. Let's do that. Let's do that. All right, we got to find some fan headers on the front. Is what we're looking for, looking like up here. See, it's not great, but we can make some small little changes to make it look a little better. I need to take this off to make sure that thermal paste was applied properly. And this one here, we got a system fan one right here, so this cable can just come around and get plugged in to right there. Another zip tie. You know, I do not know. I don't even know the name of the model of this case. All I know is I dislike it. That's all I know. All right, so those are now managed. Hang it, Bobby. All right, let's find, we got to find USB headers on the bottom. Let's see what we got over here. Well, you're fine. I'm done recording that video. All right, so on the bottom, we have down here, we have a couple USB headers. Thankfully, we got one over here. And we got one over here. And we do have a fan header. We have a JRGB header, but I think the 3-pin one we need is gonna be up here. So let's, first off, let's get this fan header plugged in. So that's one of the splitters. Yeah, and then this one here is gonna need to come, exit over here, there's not. So this is gonna have to come this way. So now, technically, everything is plugged in. I do not know, Emily. I did not build this. I am just finishing it. So NZXT, I will give you some credit here. These are the RGB 4 pins. Instead of using just the crappy little 4, or using friction to hold these things together, it's actually a clip. Which, you know, is what it is. If anyone sees Tech Life pop in the chat, just let me know. Because I want to talk to him, Emily. Why do you want, you know, Rye Guy to have his computer? All right, another zip tie down here. A little bit of cable manage. That. And then one more zip tie. And then the only thing we need to put back into this case at this point. All right, I know, Emily. You've gone over it a bunch. That's why we all know. All right, so we got that. We got that. Open up this zip tie in. So all of this stuff is basically ready to go. That's going to slide back there. And the remainder of these cables that need to go in. PCI Express. Right there. And we will we're going to remove these extensions. Remove a possible failure point, and you can't see these anyways. Yep. You know what? Might actually not do that. Might actually leave these on here, because if I leave them on here, that gives us more range to actually not put a direct kink into this cable. Yeah, there you go. So that way we can come off the video card, still have plenty of loop room left. Let's get these plugged in. And we'll get that zip tied up there like that. And it shall take its rightful place amongst the cables. So many cables. All right, it's all in there though. Let's get this flippity flipped. Get that installed. All right, Emily, have a safe flight. All right, I think we are ready for a first power on almost here. Yeah, Emily? All right. Lastly, we're going to check the CPU cooler. Make sure we actually have the needed amount of thermal paste. I love how, like, my phone is trying to focus on the reflection. Like, hi. Is it enough? I don't think so. Is it the amount that came with the cooler? I do think so. So we're just gonna put a little bit more on there. That is not enough in my opinion. Barely making, it was barely spreading out across everything. As long as we're making contact, that should be good. I know, it's his birthday. I was just hoping, he was here a little bit ago. I was just hoping he was gonna show up again so I could say it to him verbally, so I might just have to call him. He's got to be careful because he's slowly getting close to his Best Buy date. All right. That's aggravating. Yep, sell before date is quickly coming up. All right, that means now that this is back in place, we've checked all our cabling. That means it is now time for power on. We check. That goes up there. This is gonna go up there. Power. Video. USB. One. All our memory in. Cables are set. 3, 2, 1. So one thing that's going to be pretty apparent with this as we're starting to work on this is that we are seeing different RGBs across everything. And that is mainly because we have the memory, which is controlled by one RGB controller. The rear fans are controlled by another controller. These top fans are controlled by another controller. This is controlled by another controller. So, oh, and this is just red. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna say this. I like that anti-sag stand. All right, so that's my ceiling. We did not get a post off of this. Wish I could get rid of some of the, oh, it started into Windows. I'm gonna try and do something real quick. Oh, someone just came in. Great. What does this look like? That look any better? Oh, it got bigger. That's all that happened. I think that's better. A little better looking. Okay. A tiny little LCD. So we could print, we could 3D print, we could just toss that in there. All right, and this is actually where I'm stopping on this. I'm gonna let him go through, figure out what he wants to do as far as the software to control all of this. I think just overall, I think he's in a good place. Everything's good. Temperatures on that are looking great. So let's get this shut down. This is Chris. Sure. Uh-huh. Diagnostic is 35, and then anything that I would need to do is generally $100, so it would be $100 plus parts. Like if I need to do anything with it. If it's something software related, any repairs are $100. So I think generally what you're looking at for all my repairs is $100 plus whatever the cost of parts is. Nah, more than likely something isn't configured right, like you're saying, because Intel and AMT, they run exactly the same. Like like a normal person would be able to tell the difference. All right. Yeah, just bring it in. I'm busy basically every day, but you just call before you head down, make sure I'm in, and then we'll get it taken care of. We'll get it up and running. Have a good one. Bye. Hey, this is Chris over at the computer shop. Your computer's ready. Mm-hmm. Have a good one. All right. Done. You know what that means? On to the next one. So there was a couple cables that he ended up not needing, thankfully. All right, so that's done. I need you to print the paperwork. I want to do another round with you on this. Number one. Go ahead and print the paperwork. All right, we got, like I said, we got another one. This is the one that's building the fractal north. This is the person who unfortunately grounded out their whole power supply directly into their case. Completed shelf 5. Number 12, which would be the next one. Ow. Huh? Look at the date on it.
Came in June.
Right. It did not. It came in 2 days ago.
Okay. Taking Ben.
Taking Ben, yep. Yep, we'll do that. We'll take a quick break. I'm gonna watch you play Bellatra and make some suggestions.
I'm not. I'm just playing to play.
I know.
Some of these things that come up, I have no clue what they're telling me. So I don't take them. Now and then I'll take a random joker, and it's like.
So you're on your second ante.
That's what it says down there.
Yeah, I would get rid of the 5, 4, and the 3s. Yeah, it just gives you $4. So get rid of the 5, the 4, and the 2 3s.
Why don't I keep the 3?
Because you're shooting for a straight. You're one card off of a straight. If we can get a 10.
I haven't been lucky. I've been trying to call some straights, and I've used up all my discards, and it's like.
Yeah, I see that. So
One card.
get rid of the 8 and the 2. Just the 8 and the 2. And then we're gonna play those pair. Because you don't want to keep chasing. There you go. Now you got the ace high. Go ahead and play that. That might be enough. Yeah, just go ahead and play it.
I always put the ace in there.
Yeah. That's not high enough. Okay. So now I would play the 2 9s and the jack and the queen. So play the 2 9s.
Oh, I see what you're
The
saying.
jack and the queen. And
Yeah, I finally realized when you put these out there. cut
they
down my
they get rid.
discards.
Yep, they get rid of the cards. Yep.
Nah.
And you got your spade. I don't think it's going to be enough yet, though. 400. Yeah, you're good. Right.
I didn't realize that. And I just happened one day. It's like,
Yeah.
oh man.
Yeah, I tried to explain that to you a long time ago, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's still a hard concept for me to remember. All right, let's cash out. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna re-roll. We got to get you some jokers. Take that spaghetti or the ramen.
Yes.
Yes. So that is ×2 malt.
And loses point.
Every time you discard, it loses 0.01. That's great. As long as we're not discarding a whole lot, it's great. It's a great card. I grab it every single time I see it. Now buy that. Yep, and use that.
Done that many times.
Should have done that first, and then re-roll one more time.
Can I get my standard?
Nope, you don't need to buy them. You don't even know, so you don't buy the standard packs until you know what type of build you are doing. So, like, let's say you
I
have.
look for the ones that.
Right, hold on. Let me explain. What I'm saying is, let's say your first joker that you get up here is this, and then you go all the way through like you did. We don't have any jokers, and you've bought a bunch of the standard cards, and then let's say they're all spades, diamonds, and clubs. But then the joker you get up there that's giving you points is hearts. So now you've wasted all your money because you don't want those cards anymore.
I don't look for that. I look for either the highest card, base card, or if they've got that little red thing that makes
That's
them
malt.
a wild card.
That's malt. No, you don't. You don't want that. The cards that you want to take from those decks are cards that are bonus cards, which have the blue line on the left,
Okay.
the malt cards, which have a red line going through the center of them.
I've never seen one of
You
those.
you have definitely seen them. Or glass cards.
See, I don't understand anything about glass cards.
It multiplies the red number by 1.5 or by 2, but it has a chance of breaking.
Yeah, I had some cards that say that. I don't understand what that means.
If they break, they're out of your deck. You lose them. And then the other one is lucky cards. So for now, just here, open up the Arcana pack. That'll be the
I don't like Arcana.
Arcana is the thing that makes those cards that you like buying.
Where do I hit?
So, like that Justice card turns it into a glass card. Like you select a card, turns it into a glass card.
Okay.
So you're going to take the Emperor in this situation because it's going to give you 2 cards for the cost of 1.
Yeah, I know. I always click that
Yep,
one.
so do that.
See what I get for my tarot.
So you get spades, and
Which I keep.
you don't necessarily need to keep that. Or a stone card, so just go next round.
What's the purpose of a stone card?
It gives you 50 chips. It's 50 points.
If you use it.
No, it turns it. So Arcana cards turn your cards in your deck to different things. So you turn any card into a stone card. So if you turn a 2, which is worth 2 points, into a stone card, it's now worth 50 points. It doesn't have a suit, doesn't have anything.
But how do I know what that is? Because all I get is the stone surface.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
it.
What's underneath it?
There's nothing underneath it. It's a stone card. It's 50. That's it. That's all it's worth.
But what do you use it in?
At any point, you can just toss it on anything. Go, hit next round. I have to show you because you're not understanding with words. You need to see it. Next round. Select. Yep. So grab that 2, click on the 2. Now click on the stone card, the tower. Yep. Use. So now let's play the 3 8s. Right in the center.
Yeah, I know.
Play-
I was looking at it's gonna do.
Nope, not worth going for a straight. And now click on the stone card. There you go. Play hand. Worth 50 points. Just that simple. That's it. That's all it does. It gives you 50 points. It's no suit. It's not a card value.
Points where?
The blue number.
In the blue number. Okay.
So the way that this is set up now, because you have literally, you don't have any jokers that are giving you red for anything, we're gonna have to, it's not gonna help with anything. Jacks and 7s, because we don't want to discard. And get rid of the 9. You met, You haven't discarded anything yet. You have a flush. So now we're going to hope for some jokers that will give you red, give you malt.
Do you open the Celestials?
Later on in the run. I usually won't open those packs, standard or celestial, till after Ante 5.
Yeah, I do this now because I normally run straights and flushes, and I got my flush up to level 7,
Sure,
and it's helped me.
it will help you, but if,
Further down.
but let's say that you're not having luck with straights and flushes and you're doing 2 pairs, then you'd want to level up 2 pairs. But until you know what jokers are going to help you score, there's no point in buying either of those. So right now, let's do a reroll. Neither of those 2 are good.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, this one says.
No, because that it's
Yeah, so I got that one where I had the free Joker.
yeah. All right. So what's the first one? 2 pair, 80 chips. Go ahead, grab that. And that one on the right, +1 hand size, is actually pretty good.
That's pretty here, right?
Nope. It's a joker. Just buy it. Yeah, so now we'll
Why
go.
did it come in handy?
It gives you one additional card in your hand. Yes, it gives you an additional card in your hand.
When
Yeah, hit next round. So all face cards are drawn face down. So you're going to see you have one extra card in your hand now.
and I normally do these, and I have some pretty good luck. I open these all
Yeah,
up.
that's fine. But you see what your thing is right now, right? So
Okay.
we need to rearrange some stuff. So grab your joker, the one that looks like a joker. Yep, clever, all the way on the left.
Right.
Okay, now go ahead and play all your face cards. We don't know what it's going to be. Hopefully we get 2 pair. We got 2 pair. So now that's going to give you an additional 80 chips. That's what that first card does. Nines and eights. Nines and eights, Mom.
Oh. Yeah, then I would get rid of this card.
No. Well, yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Sometimes I'm lucky and fix it and I get 3 and 2, but
6s and 3s. What's going on? All this stuff, I took out, like I took this stuff out, it's not needed, those are your additional cables you don't need. Everything's in there. Alright, so that right joker gives you +1 discard, as long as you have it in your thing. Oh.
no, the hands, it gives me hand size, but this is
Ah, yeah, alright, I'll explain that. So it adds 2 more cards to your hand, but then you see the blue number?
yeah.
It goes down by 1. So instead of having,
Here.
no, the blue number, the hands. Where it says hands. Yeah, so that'll go down by 1. That can be a good card, but for now, we're gonna re-roll.
What about that one?
We need cards that improve the red number. So that one improves the blue number.
That I know.
So we need, right now,
I look at stuff when I see numbers. and
That's-
if it's,
yeah.
Like there's one for straights that you can get either chips or +12. No, I would take the +12 red.
yeah, sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. So right now, the way we're set up, what we're going for is we want to do things that improve 2 pair. Because that first one is 2 pair. Now, when we re-roll, if we get a better joker that will supersede that, then we'll start modifying the deck. So go ahead and re-roll. So that one is a flush. And what does it give you? No, that one. So flushes, but
Normally that's my.
so yeah, you shouldn't. That does barely anything for you. So the score you get for flush is not super high.
Oh, what can I do this one?
You don't need that. Again, why would you take that if we have a joker that's giving us points for 2 of a kind or 2 pair? There's no synergy. You need to do things that work together. So go ahead and hit re-roll one more time. Do not.
What does that mean?
So
Plus
it'll.
1 and
So okay. So you see the ante?
down below.
Yeah, it goes down to 2, which will lower the cost for beating everything. But then you get 1 less of the blue hands every single round. Later on in the game, that is very useful.
Heck, I thought that this was going on. Heck, this is, I'm so confused.
Yeah, no. So
reroll?
one more time. Yep. Okay. So now take your face card. Yep, take that. So now what we want to shoot for is, so slide that to the left.
All the way?
Nope, right in the middle.
That's what I was gonna
Yep.
put it.
Put the gold joker all the way on the right. All right, so now,
Yeah, I know. Let me keep the red buttons. Yeah.
so now what we want to shoot for is we want to shoot for 2 pairs that one of the pairs is face cards. So now when you're buying standard cards, you buy face cards. So that's what we're going to build forward. So go ahead and hit next round. So we started off, we didn't get any face cards. Let's do the aces, the 10s, and the 9. Fives, threes, stone card. All right, now we're gonna have to discard. So get rid of the 6 through the 2. So now we're gonna see that top number go down, but that's fine.
What number?
You'll see it. All right. Kings, 8s. Always play the kings first. There are situations where that doesn't apply.
Not get revenge.
Nope. That should get us over the number. Yep, 1,000 points. All right. So the only thing right now we need to watch out for is if you hit run info and then click on blinds, play only one hand. Awesome. Hit back. It's actually it's gonna be difficult. Reroll. Okay, less difficult. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to get rid of the juggler, which is the one next to it. Nope, I said juggler. There you go. Sell it. I'm gonna take the yellow card. Yep. And then go ahead and put that all the way to the left.
In front of
Right,
this
nope,
guy?
nope,
Right here.
right there. So your order should be blue,
Right.
red, multiply.
Yeah.
So that should be the order.
And I always put this one at the end, the $4 one.
Yep. So, all right, next. So this is what we want.
Yeah, this is where I would buy standard and get some extra cards in my deck.
Nope, that's gonna, so by doing that, you are diluting your deck, which is reducing, like we need to draw face cards. So in the deck, there's a total of 4, 8, there's 16 face cards. By adding cards that are not, actually there's less than that, there's 12 face cards. By adding other cards that are not face cards into the deck, you are reducing the chances that you get those face cards,
Right.
which would be bad. Because we now have a setup where that first card, the first joker, doesn't matter anymore. All we want to do is we want to play whatever hand will get us the most face cards. So hit back. So go ahead and hit next round. Yep. So right now, 8765. So this isn't the boss. We have to get up to 3,000. Let's get rid of, let's just play this, everything from the 6s down.
Rid of this down.
No, we're playing them.
Oh, this, and this.
And then, yep, the 3. And then go ahead and play it. Let's get hit our 2 pair and just our mult. So not a lot of points. So we have an addition. We have additional hands, so we can try and do something with that. So we're going to.
Well, I would get rid of these.
Okay, go ahead and do that. So we got 2 jacks. All right. So we will ace and jacks.
And get rid of this other.
Yep, go ahead and play that. Yep. So this should be a pretty. No, what did you do? Why'd you discard?
I always do that
Why?
because it's right below there. I always go down.
Just
I've done it before.
okay. So now what you're gonna do is you're gonna play 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, but you're gonna move. You're gonna move the King, the Jack. Excuse me. So just click on all the cards. Move the 10 and the 9 all the way to the left. Now play the hand.
Why?
So we want the any cards that could potentially add to the multiplier, so add to the red number, to be triggered before the photograph, which is the center joker, gets triggered. Because let's say you have one that says for every 10 played, it adds 10 mult. So let's say you put 3 10s and 2 kings. So if you put the kings first, then you're gonna have whatever number's in the red times 2. So let's say that's 5, okay? So there's 5 sitting there. Whereas if with the 10s, it goes 10, 20, 30, 5 times 2 versus, so you end up with 10 versus 70. So let's say that number, that red number is 0, right? If you do 0 times 2 because you played the king first, it'll be 0. If you have 3 10s, that'll add, and each one of them is going to give you 10 red number, 10, 20, 30 times 2. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So next round. Now we're going to cash out. Let's see what we get for jokers.
Aren't you always supposed to cash out?
Yeah, you always cash out. Okay. That card.
I don't understand some of these.
Yep, we're gonna talk about that now. You are going to sell that far left joker.
But it says blind skip. I never
Yep,
skip blinds.
you're going to, because it actually, like, it can get very powerful. Ben, I'll show you why. So go ahead and sell that top left one.
This one here?
Yep, get rid of that because it's not really doing anything for us anymore. And we're gonna buy that.
Where are we putting that in the scheme of
It can stay right there because it's all multiplied. All right. So go ahead and sell the moon. The top right card. Top right card. Stop. Top right card. There you go. Open an Arcana pack. You know your lefts and right, right?
I was looking at the face here.
So, skip. Just skip it.
Can't do a random
Yep,
joker.
yep, just skip it. All right, we want to stay above 10.
On here.
Yes, because that'll give you
Right.
interest. All right, so next round.
See, I don't understand what that is either.
Interest. You get at the end of the round, you get, for every 10 that you have, you get 1 extra interest. You get 1 gold in interest at the end of the round.
Where does that go?
Into your money. So hit next round. Play only 1 hand. All right, so we're gonna get rid of the.
Well, I like the one that comes up and it's like, you got no discards. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, so get rid of the ace, 8, 7, and 3. Discard. Okay, we're gonna play the queens and the 10s and the stone card. There you go. 3,800. So you see it says interest.
Yeah.
So you get 1 interest for every $5. So you get $2 extra because you had 10.
Oh, I heard something in here about a golden joker.
Yes, that.
Not here. It was not this one. It was something else.
Yeah, there's the.
I've had 3 things. Here.
Yeah.
It's like I don't understand. I don't look at it.
Yeah.
So what is this here?
That's the total amount of money that you're getting for beating that.
$2,000?
No, that's your points that you just scored.
Yes.
No. So you get, for defeating it, you get $5. Then the golden joker up top
Gave me 4.
gives you 4, which is 9.
That's what that is. Okay.
And then you get 2 more for the interest that you have. All right, so before we do anything, we're gonna go run info, blinds, all heart cards debuffed. All right, so we're gonna hit back. We're going to buy that voucher. That is the only time you start buying Celestial packs, is after you buy that specific card.
And then the bicycle. Oh.
So buy that. So now that guarantees that whenever you open this pack, so open the $4 pack, the card all the way on the left will be the card that you have played the most this run,
2 pair.
which is 2 pair. So, yep, that's what you're going to take. Angela, you're not playing full houses. So why level up full houses if you're not playing full houses?
So sometimes I look at my cards and that's all I can do.
But you get 1 full house. That's all we've been playing is 2 pair. So what is that? What is that joker on the right? I believe that's just the +4. Okay.
See, now I picked those. I take that one.
So-
I had odds and evens up here.
Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that, but we're going to sell the golden joker.
This one.
Yes. And then we'll buy that, and that's going to go all the way on the left. So now this is a perfect example of when we set this up. If we're doing 2 of a kinds, or if we're doing 2 pairs. If the first pair is a pair of 8s, we want to play those 8s before the face cards.
Also, like, I click on them and then I can move them.
Before you play them. So just hit next
Okay.
round.
Next one.
So before we do anything, we're going to skip. So that skip for that one there is going to give you Arcana pack, which you get to choose 2 of, which is fine. So go ahead and skip. Now that made that joker stronger. Yep. So it went from 1 to 1.25. So so we're going to select the 2 queens, and we're going to do the one on the left, which is lucky cards. Yep. Which is going to turn them brown.
Right.
Those are good. So, and then the other one, we'll do the jack and the 10, and then we'll do the Hierophant all the way on the right. Yep. So that'll make those cards worth 20. So now we've improved the cards in your hand, in your deck, as well as making that joker on the right stronger
Now, what made this stronger?
by skipping. But you don't want to do it every single time, because when you skip, you then don't have the ability to get money or buy new jokers.
Right.
So, right. So for now, let's hit select. All right. So we are going to.
I go straight.
You're not going to play straight though. You're not going to get the most points for the straight. Well, you know what? You might. Let's find out. So, yep. Select your straight. Now, stop. Like, don't. Like I said, select.
Okay.
I didn't say play. We're going to move the jack all the way on the right. Now we're going to play. So now we're going to see that red number go up. And now, so much better. So 7, 2, and 3. Yep. And we got 4 of a kind. Yep, 4 of a kind. And you're also going to add the stone card in there. It's not going to be a super high score.
Okay.
Because there's no face cards and there's no even. Still enough to get you over. Okay, cash out. Okay, move your mouse.
There's nothing there. I used to grab this one.
No, it
but-
does. It's not. It doesn't
But
do
then I
anything.
would see, I would put this in my hand because then I have
There
odds
is
and
there is one deck. So you see how the deck is red backed? At the beginning, you can choose to play different decks.
Right.
There is one deck where that card on the left becomes very, very strong.
this one.
Yes. So it's not this. So from here, we're not going to take anything. We're going to do next round. So all heart cards debuffed. Yep, go ahead and select. So what we're hoping for. All right, just go ahead and play the 8s, the 6, and the 4. All the 8s, 6, and 4.
Yeah, I would put these two out there.
So those can still.
I know they sometimes they do.
So here's the thing: we want to be able to shoot for face cards and 10s. So because if we have 10s, we can trigger that first card. So you only have one red 10. You have only one 10 of hearts in your deck. You only have one queen of hearts in your deck. As long as they're in your hand, that means you can't pull them. So you like we're actually playing it safe by doing this. So go ahead and play that.
That's kind of.
Okay, so we did exactly what I wanted to do. So select your queens and your 10s. Now we're going to rearrange these.
Move these to the end.
Yep. Just like that. Play hand.
Don't I want to get rid of this one? So I get
Yeah,
more
that's fine.
cards?
This should be close to enough points though. No, okay. We're going to get rid of 1 5, the red 5, the 7 and the 9. This card.
Not these.
So now we're going to do the kings and the 5s, or kings and 10s. And remember to rearrange. Okay, play. Here you go. Yep, cash out.
I wasn't in too many hands at $1 each.
Yeah, for each hand that you have left, you get $1. That's it. That's all that means. All right, so what do we got? What is that first one? 4 of a kind isn't going to do anything for us. So we're going to open the Celestial pack. And we're going to take... Which card? Yep. And then we're going to open the Buffoon pack. So, because we are shooting for... How much does the one on the top left give you? 4? Nah, we're going to skip. We're not going to take any of these.
Yeah, I know I put this in my hand because it's amazing how many times I use 10s and
Sure,
4s.
but right now you're getting more points
yeah,
for
I know.
more cards. Because that one up there does 10, 8, 6, 4, and 2. Whereas that
Right.
one only does 10s and 4s. So go ahead and
Yeah,
skip.
that's why I take, if I can get the odds and even up here, I have a good, well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's my
It depends.
logic.
Yeah. So all right. So we're gonna skip. Go to the next round. Now, what's the first one? What does this blind say? Don't skip it. What does it say? Put your mouse over the little picture.
This here?
Yep. So we don't want that one. What's the next one say? What does the next one say? We're gonna do that one. So we're gonna, for now, we're gonna hit select. We're gonna play this.
We're going to play this one.
Yep. All right, we're gonna just play a dead hand here instead of discarding. Play 9, 8, 7.
Why can't I do aces?
Yeah, okay. Do both aces, and then the 7, 5, and 3. So at least you're scoring something. Awesome. We're gonna do 8s and then the jacks. Remember to move the jacks. All right, play hand. There you go. Beautiful. Okay. Cash out. Celestial pack. This one's going to allow you to choose 2. Take the one all the way on the left. And then you can pick one other one.
Well, you're not letting me do flushes.
Well, you can do whatever you want. Right now, you can take whatever card you want.
Because I normally do straights and flushes.
Right.
I also do full house.
Right. So the problem with that is those are less likely to happen than 2 pair.
No, I get more flushes.
Okay.
But that's my logic.
I understand it's your logic, but if
What would you pick then?
take your flush. It doesn't matter. With the cards we have up top right now, none of those help you if you get a flush. Right now, all of those cards up top.
Would it help me full house?
Yeah. Yes. But none of those cards up top do anything for a full house or a flush or a straight. They only help you if you have 2 pairs and face cards. So go ahead and...
I can have 2
Yep.
pair and a flush.
Sure. Take it. Take a flush. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Pick one, click it, go. We move forward. This doesn't matter because we're not playing those cards. Next round. And we're going to skip.
So why are we skipping it? Because what it said here.
It'll give us money, plus it's going to make that joker stronger.
It's $1 per unused.
Mm-hmm.
It gives 38.
Yep, you're going to get $38. So skip it, and now that joker up top got stronger. So this joker is going to make it very hard for us to win.
This joker.
No, the boss. All face cards debuffed.
That's when I started. I do.
So yep, they're all going to be debuffed. So
Okay.
right now we're going to do 7s and 5s. It's going to be a relatively low score because we want, yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of the odd cards. Discard the 9, the 5, and the 3. Actually, discard the king, jack, 9, 5, 3. Discard.
What is
There we
it
go.
doing when we discard?
It is reducing the number that it gets multiplied by. So 10s and 8s. Yeah, and the 7. Play the 7.
I would pick the 2.
Why? We need, so that joker in the top left gives you +4 mult when you play a 2.
Okay.
So play hand. This should be a better score. Okay, so we got to do that a couple more times. So let's,
We could do 2 pair. I could do the 2 queens and the 2 fours.
queens aren't going to do anything though. We want, at this point, we need to do, so get rid of the 2 queens, just the 2 queens, see what we get. Nothing. Queen and 5. Mm-hmm. So 9s and 4s. Gotta play them. Play, 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 play. not going to make it. So king, queen, 3. Tens and 4s. And then the ace.
Want to move it someplace?
No, it's fine. It's not going to get played.
Got one more hand.
So our best bet and our only choice is to play 2 jacks and the 2s. That's it. Play that. 2 jacks, 2
Oh,
2s.
that's right, we can't discard more.
Yep. 2 jacks, 2 2s. Play a hand. And see what we do here. It's gonna be close. Oh yeah, we got it. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. So this is like there's a lot of.
That needs washing.
I know. I can't put it in the washing machine because it's the brim is cardboard. All right, let's go. But again, it's cardboard, so you get cardboard wet once, it's kind of dead. All right, let's talk about this. We're going to be finishing another PC build here. What is going on is this is the computer that the gentleman brought in, and one of the RGB lines for the 5 or 12 volt or whatever it is was grounding directly to the case, and he kept trying to turn it on and turn it on and turn it on, and eventually shorted out the power supply. So we're going to be replacing the power supply with another power supply that's a little bit higher wattage. Got 1,000 or 850 watt, excuse me, up from the 750, and we're gonna go from there. What's your question, Lee? Well, we're hoping that's the only issue. We're gonna find out. Let's go ahead and get some stuff out of here. He's non-magnetic. That's weird. So GPU is 4060 Ti. Let's get the back of this off. All right, power supply out, which this is one of the ones that's designed to be removable. So we're going to take the whole power supply out, figure out which cables we actually need, and then get this put back together after we redo some of the cabling up top here. Because all of that cabling should be in the back. And all that cabling is just kind of crammed up here on the other side of this right now, which is not good. So let's just do this bit by bit, because I'm not going to be able to plug that power supply back in with that up there. And don't forget, Mom, whenever you have a question about something, just ask, okay? look up top here. He said he gave me additional screws and stuff, because as you can kind of see, he didn't use any of the washers on this. So you have your old gaming PC up. Now Windows 11 will work for this. You want to erase the hard drive and install fresh Windows. Can you still bypass? That's a good question. I haven't tried it. There are methods out there that still work. But yeah, you're gonna need to buy the ISO from, you're gonna have to download the ISO from Microsoft, yeah.
Okay, so I always buy that Joker that.
You should always open the buffoon pack. But in this situation, probably. So, but also, yeah, I would open a buffoon pack. That card, well, yes, it's very good for you. Also can turn into like kind of a trap. And is one of them, it turns every card into a face card.
When I play the cards, they aren't face cards.
They count as face cards. So, no, so take the left one. The left one gives you points, right? Yeah. So, remember, sure. So, hold on, stop. That top left joker. Nope, down. That one. What does it say? So that thing turns every card into a face card. No, it's not points. It has nothing to do with points. It makes it count as a face card.
It should be how many points?
It's not, has nothing to do with points. It just counts as a face card.
What does that help me and where?
Nowhere. If you have that card, the first face card that you play gives you ×2.
Right.
Which, if you have that other card, means that every single card is a face card. So the very first card you play will always be a face card. So you know the boss that says all face cards disabled? Yeah. It disables every single card in your deck. Because it disables all face cards, and every single card counts as a face card. Happy birthday, Tech. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, that one's good, because what does it say?
$4 for poker hand if it's blouse and change it up there.
Yeah, so it allows you to make money. That's it. So that one there. Yeah, that's a fair price to me. Okay, here's what we want to do. All of these cables for these fans, we want to get out the back and figure out how to accomplish that. There's not a lot of space here. Like how Tech is ignoring me. Talk to the guy, wish him a happy birthday. Nah, you good, homie. Why would I celebrate the least happy day of my life? celebrate the day all of my problems started. Make sure that's on there backwards. Is it? Oh, that's cool.
Okay, what does this one mean? It says +1 per hand played, but a -1 per discard. So you don't get anything anyway.
What? No, so if you play a hand, you get a point.
Yeah.
If you discard a hand, you lose a point.
When do you discard a hand?
When you hit the discard button,
Oh, I select the hand. Well, that's when it's not a hand. It's just extra cards.
sure,
So that's when I lose.
you'd lose a point, yeah. It's not a bad one to have.
I don't want a +1 on my phone because then they just throw this outside. Time your point.
That's not at all what that means. When you play a hand, you're hitting the play button. When you discard a hand, you're hitting the discard button. If you never hit the discard button, you don't lose any points.
But I'm not playing my hand yet because I'm still looking for.
No, just take the card. You're overcomplicating this. Did you use discard? So,
But now I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
okay.
This card and this is my discard.
Yes. But it was already at 0. It can't go below 0. So now that green card will be +1. So if you don't discard any cards and you just play a hand, it'll go up to +2. What, like, are you still confused about this? You sure? All right, back to this. Let's get this tightened down. And then I just need to figure out what I'm gonna do with, what am I gonna do with these cables? I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to go through over here. I'm gonna have to put something on that, because we don't want this thing grounding out on the case. Don't discard. It doesn't matter. You play it, instead of discarding, you just play the hand instead. That's the only way that green card works, is by just playing whatever's there, even if it's not worth anything. All right, so we got a lot of cable we got to feed through here. And then we also need to get this cable over here. So let's go ahead, pull out this cable. I mean, Windows 11 is simple. They just want your information. It makes it not simple. this is so cables that we are going to need. We need it happens immediately, Angeline. We need that. So when you play the hand, you get the $4. Okay? Huh?
I would take this over, you probably don't.
Yeah, I would if you're going to play for flushes.
Or not, but that's weird.
Yeah, but don't shoot for a straight flush. Just yeah, take it. That card is worth it. So there's our CPU. There is our 24 pin. Not plugged in. Go out the side. Well, that's fun. Older iPhones. That cable pulled back through. So we got that pulled back through there now. Stop discarding.
I saw your hand at 210 points. I didn't start.
Okay. All right, let's pull that back through. Gotta love when cases kind of fight you. It's like, my guy, why are we fighting me? Right one. And you need to rearrange your jokers. Point scoring jokers on the left, non-point scoring jokers on the right. Yep. And then you're going to open up that spectral pack. There's a specific thing we're looking in for in there, which you don't have. So that left card, because of the card you just picked up, will be pretty good. Destroys one card in your deck and adds, what, 3 face cards? Yeah, so go ahead and take that. All right, now that everything is plugged in up top here, let me see. He said he included some extra stuff here. Let me see if he got the washers in here. He did not. So more than likely, and unfortunately for him, he threw out the washers. There's no washers whatsoever in this pack. So because you have that, the center joker, you should just be trying to play flushes all the time. So all spades and clubs. Because that's what that card does. Alrighty, let's get this reattached.
See, when I'm playing, besides Happy Faces, or I always take this one here.
You should not. Happy face is good. So go ahead and take that one.
I'm full on him.
Yes, you can. You sell jokers. Get rid of the one that's 3. The 3 of a kind. Yeah, get rid of it. You take the happy face. All the way on the left. And then go ahead and open a Celestial pack, because we know that you want flushes, so you want to make flushes stronger. So see if you got flush. You did not. Right, but we're no longer doing that. You should have gotten rid of the three of a kind card. What card did you get rid of? So you didn't get rid of the one that I said
No, I got rid of one of the,
that gave you money.
yeah.
Yeah, which you need money. So go ahead and just, it doesn't matter which one you take at this point. Alrighty. That's in there. It does help you, but you're trying to level up straights. Okay, so all of our cables are now in here. We don't have, I'm just gonna move that up there, move that up there. And we have nothing grounding out. We have that plugged in. Only thing we don't have plugged in right now is the GPU, which we'll get to in a second. And we'll be able to cable manage these cables back here, down and around. So the thing that we need to do is we're going to need to make sure that this cable is actually covered in some way so that we're not, again, creating a short. And we can do that. Where is this cable coming from? Now I'm confused. Ah, okay. This goes over here. What's going on? So uncommon jokers, if you put your mouse over each of the jokers up top, put your mouse over them. So that says common, 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 uncommon, uncommon. So what's that one? Yep, get rid of that. Take that one. Right, all the way on the right is fine. All right, let's move that cable over that. So this cable is supposed to be plugged into that. And then we need to cover up this cable. So what's this cable going to? Is that just an extension? If that's just an extension, which it is, we can put this in between this. That can go there. And then that can go there. Beautiful. We eliminated a cable we don't need. Let's plug in this GPU. Yes, you still have that one. No, that needs to go all the way, like all the way on the right. Yeah, don't, that one doesn't score any points. Cards that don't score points go all the way on the right. Mm-hmm. All right, let's put our power supply in. This is the one that is D'd. Yeah, that disables the boss blind. You don't need that. Someone is playing Balatro. That would be my mother. Yep, they do. Old hard drives definitely suck. You're not buying any of those. Yeah, don't do those right now. You don't have enough money. Yeah, we got to start generating some more. So remember, you're playing flushes. You're playing flushes because you have a card that makes flushes easy. Yes, the center card. Yeah. It means you can play hearts and diamonds at the same time and it makes a flush. Nope, doesn't change anything. Still relatively new at the game. So you're doing something slightly wrong. What did we talk about? There you go. There you go. You want the king last. I mean, you still got... That's how this game works. It throws rules at you. So that one hand, that single flush, got you 4,000 points. That's good. Mm-hmm. All right. So what's that one? So what is that? What is that one at? The green one. So it would be equal as long as you're not discarding. So there's no point in taking that because that one, the green one can go higher, the other one cannot. Arcana, yeah, go ahead and take on Arcana. Yeah, she's still learning. What are our options? What does it say that number is?
14. What does that help me?
It gives you money.
I'm not selling my jokers.
No, that card, read the card. Just read it. So that card gives you the total sell value of all of your cards put together. Yep. Oh, you took that one?
Yeah, you told me I need money.
You do need money. Those malt cards would have been nice though. Go ahead and re-roll. See if you can get the photograph. Photograph would be the thing that you would want to toss into this with what you're doing. Yep, do one re-roll. You got photograph. Get rid of the green card. Yep, and actually we're actually gonna do photograph. Is it common or uncommon? Common. What about the one next to it? Yeah, all right, get rid of the green card. Yep. Yep. Buy the photograph. Nope. Just, yeah, actually, no, that's fine. Yes, yes, yes. Yep, next round. So what we need to keep an eye out for is what is the boss blind? That's fine. It doesn't really matter. All right, let's get some zip ties going here. So try and play a flush. You definitely have a flush. Clubs and spades. They count as the same thing. Play all of the clubs and all of the spades.
I can get rid of this because it's called club.
Why?
I don't know, my brain is not accepting.
That's what a club looks like? What would you call it? Okay.
It's just like, I don't know if it's the color or if it's, you know, normally it's the card clubs you got are black.
I can make it so they're black. Would that help you? Like, if it's, like, what else could it possibly be if it's not a club?
It's a black too.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused why you're confused. Rearrange your hand. Rearrange your hand. There you go. Play your hand. Should be an okay score. All right. We can get this set up like this. And this needs to be plugged in there. Make sure there's no more fan headers just chilling out down here. They're not. What was the easier way? You just doing the delete all my files? Might not work. What do you got? You're not changing suits.
I'm not double my money.
That's fine. You have no reason to change suits on anything. So what are the jokers that you have? You are 20 or yep, 25%. 25%. Yeah, you don't need that. Yeah, we're not worried about that. Reroll. Yeah, yeah. No, that one doesn't do anything for you. Right, but that doesn't help you with your current build at all. Okay, yeah, Rufus is definitely the way to go. See if you can get open the Arcana pack, see if you get flush. Celestial pack, yeah, that's what I meant. Yep, flush. Take it. How much money do you have? Play. Save your money. We don't gotta go crazy with it. How many red cards do you have? You only have 2 red cards. Red cards. How many red cards do you have? Okay. How many orange cards do you have?
That doesn't give me 5.
Okay. Yeah. Discard. You can now discard that because you got rid of that card.
I just discarded 9, 8,
Yeah. Sure.
Whoa! I got 5 jacks.
You have 5 jacks.
Yeah.
Select them all and discard them. That's going to give you a special card. I don't even have that card yet.
Mario got 5 cards.
Well, I mean, it's specifically, that card specifically is only happens if it's 5 jacks. Any other situation, it does not work.
What was the special value?
I don't know. We have to wait till after you finish. It'll tell you.
Because it popped up over here.
Yeah, and it goes away immediately. Like I said, we have to wait till you finish. Yep, that's what you have to do, Lee. So remember, blue and black, orange and red. All right, let's put this video card in here. Celestial. There's the flush. Yeah, go ahead and open that. If it's $4, it's always worth like looking at it. What's that one? No. The other one, there are certain situations where that other one becomes very, very strong. Like if you have the egg. Right, if you have the egg and that card. No. Yeah, that one right there. Yeah. Because it gives you mult for the sell value of all your jokers. So right now it'd be like what, 14? 14. Yeah. So at the end, like there's a couple. There's that one, and then there's the gift package, which the gift package, it's a red card that has a yellow bow on it.
Oh, yeah.
So that adds $1 of value at the end of every single hand. So that means that it goes up by 5 every single time. And then the other one, the egg, goes up by 3 after every hand. So if you have both of those, that card can end up well over 100 mult very, very quickly.
With this card.
With that card, yeah.
Just remove the egg, the bowl, and this one.
Yeah, that's generally the build you want to go for with that. All right, everything's plugged in.
So I'm not gonna take anything, right?
Correct. Three, two, one. One of the fans is not getting RGB, so we're gonna have to take a peek at that. And neither is this. So we'll have to figure out exactly what happened here. I see what happened already. All right. So we are going to put that extension in here. Now, where'd that little piece go? I just had it sitting here. What happened to you? Excuse me.
Okay, I did spec those. No, this one says all cards in here, single round.
No. What's the other one? Sets money to 0. Just go ahead and skip. Alright, we're again having to dig my hands into places that they don't fit, but I should be able to get this one. Let me see what's going on here. All right. So that cable is now going to go out the back with that cable. So let's lay this down. So this, where are we? So this cable here needs to be plugged into this. And this needs to be plugged into that. And now, all of our RGB should now work. RGB everywhere, yay! So we got it there, and we got it up there. He's already got Windows installed. Okay. Windows updates do take forever. Tighten up these antenna, and you can come pick this up. Only thing I think we're gonna do is check to see if we got a BIOS update. Angeline, when you open those packs, specifically the Celestial packs, if there's nothing in it that you need, you still take something. And then buy that that card on the left. The voucher. Down left. Yep, buy that. I know, just do it. Once you've bought that 10 times, it allows you to have an additional Joker slot. All right, let's check our BIOS revision. Make sure everything is configured correctly in the BIOS. And then get this out of here. Updates will take forever. So, got an MSI mag. Yeah, this Fractal North though, it's a good looking machine. Nope, not worth taking still. You don't have anything that's increasing its value past 14. So what does that one say?
Add number of times program is run.
So there is no card up there that you can get rid of that will make that better. Now what does that say?
Should be a lot of same cards is run.
Yep, you should be good. MSI mag, yeah, I think.
Whoa.
What?
I almost got project, hard jacket on there.
Remember, you want to play flushes.
Yeah, I know.
MSI B. It's going to be a face card. So if you sort by suit at the bottom, just click on it. What's it next to?
Yes.
Thank you. What suit is it next to?
Have a heart and heart, yeah,
So more than likely, because we know it's a face card, it's going to be a club. Because you already have your hearts out there.
So then I could do a plus.
Yeah. Yep. B550 Tomahawk. Max Wi-Fi. How you doing today, Ramrod? That left one. If it gives you face cards,
Which one gives me aces?
you don't need aces. All right, BIOS. How many revisions do we think we're out of date here? Why didn't you discard exactly?
I want to
Right, but you could just discard. You got rid of the card that you didn't need to discard. All right, let's see how this goes. Into flash mode. Oh, we're just one revision out of date. Not too bad. Take that, the voucher. Yep, 100% buy that.
Why? Tell me why.
What does it say?
All cards and packs are 25%.
Correct. Makes them cheaper.
I don't know.
So buy it. What kind of PC you think is going to be, Ramrod? Yep. Nope. You can definitely do that one. The other one's a gold card. The other one gives you celestial cards. So grab 2 normal face cards. Yep, you're gonna do the bonus. That one, yep. Oh, okay. There you go. That sounds like a good thing. Plus, you'll have a B580 soon. Don't forget. Angela, you have to unselect a card first. Stop, stop. There you go.
Oh, God. This is
Yeah, you have to select it first. Ah, okay. I can understand that. What does that say? Is that the Serpent? It's a good card. It's a good boss. Yeah, so select the rightmost card. You just click it. Discard. Select one more. Rightmost card. Discard. And just keep doing that until you're out of discards. Yeah, just play. All right, he's all good to go. Get this out of here. But you don't play the steel cards. You leave those in your hand. Hey, this is Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. Hey, your computer's ready. Yep, have a good one. 5. Alrighty, yep. Bye. All right. Hold on. Said hold on. All right, let's get this over here. No. Don't take any of those, Angeline. Yeah, it's going to take a while. That 46% is just going to sit there. That seems like a lot of money for that, doesn't it? Is it? I had no idea. That's weird. I mean, I guess it's not weird. It's just Nintendo being Nintendo, right? No, why would I know that? Okay. Told you, I bought a whole bunch of stuff for Laura yesterday.
We're talking. I just thought now I would.
Okay. That might be a bit excessive. 28. Hmm. You know, I think I had this game at one point and I traded in it at GameStop. Wild. I mean, why would in the world would I think that would be worth money at some point? Here's this. And then you just toss a return address on that. I'll ship that tomorrow. I will, yeah, because I got other stuff I got to take to the post office.
Senior business.
Yeah, that is actually a thing. You know when the next computer is?
Oh, you don't want two.
Two, not yet.
You want 6, not started 2. Robert Wilson.
When did that come in? Today. Or came in yesterday. So yeah, I'll work on Mr. Gutman. This one here, we're just going to install Windows Server Essentials that I purchased for him. That's all we're doing. So we got to make sure that's downloaded, which I believe I already had it downloaded. I purchased it for him, and then he ended up not being able to use it. But now he's at a point where he's like, I just want to upgrade. I'm like, all right. So let's whip out Server Essentials. Now I gotta go find that key. A bunch of Fluke stuff's on sale. Why do you have so many computers as listed as on my desk? I have a computer on my desk. We keep going through this.
You keep going and you don't tell me.
Okay, Mom. Okay. It should be on not started 1. Just trust me. Just because you don't see it up there doesn't mean it ain't there. That's fine. Leave it on repair in progress. To Gutman. What? Gutman? Why did you? You did, yes. I don't know what that is. I think that's supposed to be on yours.
Yeah, that's the.
Okay, why is it listed on my desk?
I got it on not started 4.
Okay, so if it's on not started 4, change its status to assigned.
Oh.
Preparing Windows.
I got 2 on your disc. So I got 1 on your disc. So not started 1.
Perfect. So it's the 1 terabyte drive. That should not be in RAID. And now we need to window setup. Clearly, that's the wrong one. Right, F11 maybe? So make sure this is the visual one. Sup? Okay, we're going to undo that. Title. Jeez. Disconnect that. We're going to disconnect that. Not running the risk of installing this over his files. Just thinking about something he said. Yeah, that some people, like, it's one of those, like, I promise you it's not hard, but unless I'm actively on the phone with you doing it, it will be hard because they're just scared. And you know, sometimes that stuff can be scary. Backups. Got it. All right. I feel confident now. Yeah, there are several of them where they're physically integrated. Well, what ends up happening is they're integrated into the motherboard. Not a great idea, but saves space and cost. Indeed. Definitely does. What are the two other options? Nope. Yeah. Turn one of your face cards gold. So, what's the other one? You have two face cards there. It's not gold. There you go. At least dogs like my stream, right? I appreciate that. Happy birthday again. All right, we recorded that video this morning. Installing. There you go.
Multi-cards, lucky
Lucky cards.
So then what do I pick?
Just a king and a queen. Not that one. Yep.
Do I do anything with this one?
No. Actually, yeah, take it. Just buy it. And go next round. Actually, hold on. Stop. Buy that voucher.
What does it do?
I'll show you. Hit next round. So he says this one random disabled every hand. You see that over on the right?
Here, yeah.
Yep. That thing in the button now that appeared in the top left corner will allow you to re-roll that once, but that card really doesn't matter that much, honestly. Like that, or just don't worry about it. I'm just saying it's not that important. So go ahead and select. Split right down the middle.
Yep.
So get rid of the black cards. Black and blue.
I could use this one.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, do that. Play. My bad. Hello. I am the boss. What are you talking
Veteran?
about? No. He was a student. I think I have the wrong version of this. Pretty sure this is not. Oh, never mind. Maybe it is. I take it back. At least I'm not the only one noticing this. All right, let's get some updates. We're gonna need to get drivers for this, aren't we? Um. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you're fine. Permaglaze and deck guardian. Install now. You guys think this guy is a character from a video game? I don't have any motherboards at all. Yeah. Germany to Nepal. Could ride a Panzer. You know, you're not wrong. Here we go. Yes, that is definitely the solution. Or just mail yourself, you know? Yep, all you need is like a pee bucket and yeah, that should be about it, right? Shipping container, well, like the problem with the shipping containers, you can't open it from the inside. Whereas like a box, you theoretically can. This is Chris. On the controllers, it depends on what's going on with it. A lot of times the controllers are cheaper to replace than they are to repair, depending on if it's like one of the pro controllers. Okay. Okay. So it would be $100 plus each of the actual joystick parts that I would need. They usually run about $20. So depending on how many you would need, that's what it will be. Correct. Sure. Yeah, I can. It's just a lot of times it's cost prohibitive. Just give me a call before you head down. Thursdays I'm usually out of the office most days with meetings, but just reach out to me just in case I'm here. That's fine. No, I only have one. Alrighty. Have a good one. Brother, what website are you looking at that says I have multiple locations? Did my devices show up? They did not. A plane is just a sky bus. I agree. cool. I love it. That's interesting. That'll be fun. For sure, that'll be fun. Yeah, shipping and logistics means moving things from point A to point B. Distribution means they package it to be shipped. I like California. I've been there multiple times. It's a super nice place. Would I want to live there? Absolutely not. Nice place for visiting. Guess I'm gonna have to go manually get this. Deck Guardian. Pretty sure I have the Chrome installer on my IODD. At least I used to. Well, we have income tax. It's just federal. What did I put in here? This is MSI Mag, MPG, Z 490, Gaming Edge, Wi-Fi. Quite the tirade. Not everywhere, not everyone loves everywhere, and that's fine. Hey, thank you. What said failed? The update? Install of what? Let's see if MSI Center will actually work on this. Oh, that should have worked. I gotta bring all the computers in before I leave tonight. I have, I think, 9 computers in my car right now. Well, that's the thing that I don't enjoy anymore. Got sick eating them one day and then just can't do it. Ever since I haven't been able to do it. $5.13, is that what this is? Come on, MSI Center. It's 5.5? What the heck? 5.14. Gracias. Hydrated. 519. Curious, this is actually in here. I seem to be missing days. No, I guess not.
On a GPU, what is the best card for playing? So about 5 different GPUs. The RTX 3060, the RTX 4060 Ti, the Intel B580, RTX 5060. Under $1,000.
Which one is this? This is the 67. All right, 6750 XT. This is the RTX 3060. I think this one was then the Those are the 4060 Ti.
See how medium does.
And this was the B580.
As far, I don't think. Or intent.
And this was the 5060.
3 might crash. back. It. That. Well, the 6750 XT, best value for money in any to be doing.
I see.
And this will happen every 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, let's. Yeah, skip this page by default. Next. .NET framework. Thank you for the card, Mom. Sure. It's not gonna, like, if you're having problems with this, it's probably not gonna work, honestly. I literally install it and it's like, no. Install this. All right, let's just install these drivers manually. Never mind. Ain't gonna work. Downloads. Installing drivers. restarting. What are we still missing? All right, you should be able to hear me now. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. But I said I'm glad you had a good trip. That was fun. Well, I'm glad you had a safe flight. GeForce 7 series. Emily, it's only 5:30. Like, I haven't closed yet. It is not here. In 10 minutes, Emily. GTX. $750 Ti. Start search. That was weird. Hush your face, Mastar. It's a nice flight, Emily. Just because I can't read doesn't mean you have to teach me how to read, okay? Yeah. I can work without you being here, Emily. It's not a problem. It's just more exciting when you are here. Nope. Okay. All right. Uh-huh.
If I mess up on this level, does I have to start all the way at the beginning again?
What do you mean? I don't understand your question.
If I mess up in one of these and it's like I get that box that says game ended,
Yeah, you start over.
all the way from not from this.
I don't understand your question.
I'm in a different layer now, right?
You're in a different deck.
Oh. When you go up layers, you change decks.
No, there's no up layers or anything. It's just different decks. The antes are the things that change, but you never start all the way over. I think that's the easiest way for me to answer that question. You never start all the way over.
Just in the area that
Just in whatever time you're playing. I don't know what those devices are.
the going place, I'm gonna mess it up.
No, you don't start all the way over. Oh, that's funny. I had to remember as part of my morning routine to come on to check my YouTube comments. I don't get notifications anymore. All right, that PC is done. Call him in the morning. Where the heck am I gonna put all these computers?
This box is ready.
It's ready. Okay. I'll grab it after I bring all these computers in. saving.
Got more?
Yeah.
Can I scoot out?
Sure, Mom. How long has it been since you've come out this way?
A long time. That's why this is what this one.
Come on. All right, that's all of them. Got another wall of PCs to go through. All right, guys, I'm out. I will probably be streaming tonight. I got a bunch of stuff I got to do, but we'll see. Thank you guys for hanging out with me during the day. I'll talk to you all a little bit later. Goodbye.